Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl, our Senior Economist. Tracy, good morning.
Good morning from the Arctic we call Florida. It's so cold here.
Oh, I know. But we got to dig right into it. Hassett's already like talking this morning, raising his hand saying, I'd be independent as a Fed chair. What's going on in the news?
Uh, I know. So we have Hassett on the wires. This is literally just now. He'll be independent as a Fed chair. He also said he was also talking about those credit cards cap that Trump put or wanted for the credit card companies. And he said there's going to be a great new quote unquote Trump cards from there'll be great new Trump cards from the bank. I don't know if that means they're going to be offering a Trump card or not. It's not exactly clear. He said we've been in touch with big banks and credit cards. I don't think legislation will be needed on credit cards. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on with that. We'll find out sooner or later. We do have some huge news in the oil industry, however. So Harold Hamm, he is the CEO of the largest independent oil company, Continental Resources. He basically helped kick off the shale revolution. He said he's about to shut down drilling in North Dakota's Bakken for the first time in decades because of low crude prices. He said this will be the first time in 30 years that Harold Hamm has not had an operation with drilling rigs in North Dakota. Hamm said in a phone interview, he said there's no need to drill when margins are basically gone. So the average well in the Bakken requires a minimum of $58 a barrel to cover costs and generate like a tiny profit. And that's almost up 4% from a year earlier, largely due to escalating expenses for drillers. And so we have talked about this. We've talked about how we are seeing slowing in the Permian. We're out of tier 1 acreage. And now you have the largest independent producer in the country saying, we're just going to stop drilling. And North Dakota, where he basically that's where he started. I mean, they've got wells in the Permian and other places as well, but they're the biggest player in the Bakken. So again, just another sign that Trump's $50 a barrel would be devastating for these producers, and having him talk about stopping drilling is just huge deal. And I'm sure going to listen to earnings calls for the other producers this quarter to see who else is going to kind of drop this bomb. So just be prepared. Last but not least, remember I talked about yesterday, Machado gave her Nobel Peace Prize to Trump. Apparently, Norway is not too happy about the situation. They said that's completely unheard of. It's a lack of respect for the award. It's meaningless and pathetic. And the committee said, the Nobel Peace Prize committee said that the award can't be shared or transferred. So it's a big deal going on in Norway right now.
Wow. I don't understand that move. She's still pretty much in exile right now, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
This ain't gonna get
Absolutely.
her back.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, Trump is thrilled he got his Nobel Peace Prize medal, but Norway's not too happy about the situation, and I say that lightly.
It's a crazy world today for sure. Before we get Blake in here, any news today that we should be worried about?
So, well, we do have an announcement expected today from Trump. He's going to make tech giants pay for surging power costs. So he's proposing that they have a wholesale electricity auction, and tech giants will be paying for power over 15-year contracts, whether they use the electricity or not. Now, this is a big deal for voters. This is a big issue for voters. And so we are to expect some sort of announcement on that today.
Of course, we don't know what time.
No, we do not know what time, unfortunately.
All right. All right, all right. Well, let's go ahead. Let's get the Pipsar in here right now. It is Friday. Blake Morrow is with us today. Good morning, Blake. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Jim, and good morning, Tracy. Good to see your smiling faces. It's been a couple of weeks, so.
So here's the thing. Do you ever, I mean, I know Shide never sleeps. Do you ever sleep either? I mean, you guys are like sending out X's all night long.
I don't, and that's the that and Tracy, you're not even an FX trader. I mean, well, I'm like by default, I get 4 hours of sleep a night, which is horrible. But yeah, I don't sleep much, so.
Man, oh man, crazy, crazy. Well, there's some, I don't know, mean reversion stuff going on in the marketplace. So let's just talk about some of these things. I mean, we talked about yesterday about this about the Russell 2000, outperforming the S&P as an example, 10 days in a row or some kind of stat like that, and perhaps a rotation out of tech into small cap. Now we see Nasdaq rallying right now. What are you guys feeling? We'll start with Tracy. What are you thinking about? We'll start with Tracy and go to Blake. What are you thinking about this rotation happening and being permanent?
Well, I think part of the reason that is kind of stirring this is that we have business optimism up. We have a little bit of rotation. I think because the AI trade was, last year the big craze. Everybody was in it. Everybody's now we have all this corporate debt being issued, and I think, and all of these companies are taking on all of this debt where before, they were making money, and I think people are a little worried at this point that is this going to pay off or not? We don't know. So I think there's a little bit of apprehension there, and you can see that in the complacency in the corporate bond market right now, because the spreads are the lowest they've ever been. So they're willing to take on all this debt, but accept a smaller amount of compensation for it. So I think people are getting just slightly worried about it. They feel they have to be in it, but are looking to other sectors of the market to kind of cover their rears.
Yeah, makes sense. Blake, what are you thinking?
Yeah, well, I think the rotation is real, and I agree with Tracy. If you look at like the Mag 7, I don't know if you can pull up like a software ETF. They look very similar, for all intents and purposes, it looks like a head and shoulder pattern. We're making lower highs. There's a definitive neckline, and that's a risk. Now, the question that I'm going to have, looking at this rotation type of trade that is happening is, what's happening with rates obviously is going to be a big deal, but more importantly is, you start taking out some of the leadership of the market over the last couple of years, hence like the Mag 7. Does that trickle into, other markets? Whether you're talking about, I'm sure there's always going to be a rotation, unless there's, when I look at the S&P, the Dow, the Russell and like the Nasdaq, and I see all markets are under pressure. That's one thing, but more times than not, it is just a rotation. But once you start taking out some of the leadership that we've had for the last couple of years, the question that I'm going to be asking myself is, is it forcing selling, forced selling upon other indices as well? And that's where my attention is going to be. Plus international markets too. You've seen the DAX rally to new all-time highs. Hell, France is at highs. France of all markets is at highs. Spain's been, rocking higher. I mean, so this rotation is not just exclusive to the U.S. It is exclusive, or it is part of like the international rotation out of U.S. assets. But what's really interesting is the dollar has had a nice rebound over the course of the last couple of weeks, which is just further evidence that investors are looking at U.S. assets, whether it is in the Russell 2000 and pulling a little bit out of the Mag 7. It's still, the U.S. is still the place to be. So.
Yeah, no, I see it. I remember when the original Russell contract, it wasn't traded at the CME. It was, the symbol was TF. You guys probably remember that, and it was
Yep, and
wildly
it was at
popular.
ICE.
Yeah, was it at ICE, Tracy?
Yep.
Yeah, and it was wildly popular, and not, it moved over to CME. It's a good market to look at. There's only 13,000 contracts traded so far overnight, so you got to be careful of that bid-ask spread, but seems to be where the bulls are these days. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's up 0.1% so far overnight. So we'll see if that keeps pace or not for the rest of January. Let's talk about we've got to talk about the Bitcoin though. We saw a move up in the Bitcoin, and then we're kind of rotating back down on a lot of things, including that. And the micro Bitcoin, I'm going to pull it up on the screen right now. Maybe if my computer cooperates, bear with me for a second. But we're back down to 95,500 after touching that 98,000 level here. I looking at this December high breakout to the upside. I thought maybe it's going to be permanent, but I'm not sure. What are you guys thinking?
Well, I'll jump in there if you don't mind, Tracy. I think I don't see one person that doesn't have their $100,000 Bitcoin cap sitting right next to them on the desk. And the fact is, that is actually a flag pattern. I don't know if you can, Jim, can you zoom that out just a little bit more to where you see more of the sell? Yeah, keep going, keep going. Now you can stop there. You'll notice that if you connect the bottom lows and then you connect the top of the flag lows, yeah, so just across those bottoms right there.
Yeah.
We might, and you'll see it once I help you visualize it right here. You take a line and just go across the lows, and then you take that same line, duplicate it, put it across those highs
Okay.
over, since December.
So slow
Yep.
down. So I'm at November 19th right now, low.
Yep. Go across the bottom lows. So
All
it's
right.
going to be an ascending trend line. Nope. The other direction. I'm sorry. To
Oh,
the
this
right.
way. Okay, there we
Yep.
go.
There you go.
Oh, now we're talking.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then duplicate that one, right? So just make the same line, put it up top. Yep, right there. So that and if you imagine the whole move down, that's the pull, right? So I'll educate you guys a little bit on technical analysis for the viewers out there. When you have a flag pattern, the flag itself should not exceed more than 50% of the flag pull. So in this case, the whole pull is, whatever distance it is. The flag's I would say about 35% of the flag pull right now. So we can still really develop, towards 100,000. We might actually touch 100,000. But again, I have to reiterate the fact that everybody's bullish, the fact that that everybody just looks at stocks being at all-time highs and says, well, Bitcoin's got to reach 100,000. It's got to go higher. It is still struggling, and it's an asset that should be following risk, but it isn't. And so I'm a little skeptical. I think the price action still is horrible based on what's happening around the world. One of the other things, and I don't want to jump off Bitcoin here yet, but Jim, in a little bit, maybe we should talk about some of these emerging market currencies, because when you look at emerging market currencies versus Bitcoin, which is I put them almost in a very similar bucket from a risk-taking perspective, they have acted really well. Bitcoin, not so much. Anyway, sorry, didn't
Yeah.
mean to chew up so much time there.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Shai, we saw some ETF inflows last couple days. What are your thoughts on these cryptos?
Well, we have seen some ETF inflows, which is not surprising. It is a new year. Nobody was going to jump in it after that big sell-off in October. So I did expect some flows into these ETFs. Again, I think that now that we have all these ETFs and all of these flows, it is more subject to institutional flows than anything else. And so I think that is also causing the market to kind of be a little stallish, right? Because it is dependent on all these flows. And interestingly enough, Jeffries Wood dropped Bitcoin. He sent out a note I guess last night, and he dropped Bitcoin from his recommendations. He had a 10% allocation. He took that off because he's worried about the threat from quantum computing. And so now that narrative is kind of out there and people are talking about it on X. And so that could also be causing a little bit of skittishness towards this market.
So Shai, the idea there is this quantum computing could actually be so good and so powerful it could actually uh,
Break the code.
break the code. Oh my God.
Can anybody say Tulip Mania? Just kidding. Sorry, guys. If you guys are crypto hodlers, I'm sorry.
I mean, the only thing to do is like get your silver bars and put them in your safe in your closet. I mean,
Now you're
that's
talking, Jim. Now you're talking.
and even then they're not safe.
That
Oh my God. Well, now that we've kind of opened up the door here, let's talk about gold a little bit. Gold is still pretty sticky to the upside right now. I don't see a lot of retracement, not a lot of sell-off. We've took out those Christmas highs in gold in the front month of the gold contract right now, and we're staying above them, right at that 46,000 even level. What are you thinking, Blake?
You're right. Gold sticky at these highs. And, it's to me, it's just a consolidation, this bullish consolidation. I am a little concerned that it's not following through like silver. I mean, we've seen this massive move in silver. But silver, once it reached, above 90, it's starting to find some sellers. It's a deep bearish crab formation for those of you that are harmonic people. You like harmonic patterns. The one thing I am looking at, and I know you probably can't pull it up on your screen, Jim, I'm looking at the gold silver ratio. The gold silver ratio has been just beaten with an ugly stick literally since let me just take a look. The breakdown
By the way, let me interrupt. That is
Yeah.
coming soon. That is like about to be released. Mike Burke is like, I suggested it to him last week when I saw him, and yesterday he sent me a note saying, "Almost done, Jim. We're gonna have it." So go ahead. I hate to interrupt, but I want to let everybody know that is coming on NinjaTrader desktop.
That's amazing with the gold silver ratio.
Yeah.
That is going to be such a great asset for you guys that are precious metal traders on NinjaTrader. So that's really awesome that you guys are going to have that, because we broke down back in November, and it has just been a disaster sell-off, which means that silver is just outpacing gold. When you see that reverse, and I'm actually looking at some levels that we're back, just a couple of days ago, that last leg lower, and I know you can't visualize it. I'm trying to help you guys visualize it. But if we break back above that, I think that's going to tell you that either silver is going to have a really, really nasty, bad hair day, or you're going to see gold, just rip to new highs. So I'm closely watching that gold silver ratio.
Yeah, so I have a crude version of it up right here, Shai, and I'll ask you about it. I mean, we got the silver is the white line, and gold is I have it on two different axes. It's not very elegant because when you change an axis, it changes it. But you get the hint on what Blake is saying. What are the implications here, Shai, with this ratio?
Well, I just wanted to stress that this is kind of the behavior that we see from the silver markets. Generally, we have gold move first, and then silver moves with more veracity. Anytime that we've had these kind of huge moves in gold and silver. And so it usually gold goes, then silver goes, but with more power. And so this is kind of typically what we see when we see these kind of rallies.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll keep track. Let's just look at the silver chart while we're at it. I'll just put that up here. And we still have some targets, everybody. And actually, we'll get Blake's upside target here. Maybe it's already in for Blake. I don't know. Selma 96.13, Shai 96.6, Leo 98.55, and Jack 100.53. So yeah, DM me your target later, Blake. I'll put it up on this pretty impressive silver chart.
Well, the 161% extension was 92.68, and we hit 92 spot hit like 93.50.
Yeah.
So my target would be 92.78. That's a 161% extension of what you're seeing there. Like that big red candle, 161% extension of it comes right in at the highs
from down here.
So we're done.
Are you calling the highs in silver?
Stick a fork in it, buddy.
Woo!
Hey, now listen.
Ooh.
I still think silver can reach for 100, but I think we are going to have some nice two-way price action from here. So
okay,
yeah,
that's fair enough. We won't hold it. We won't hold it to you. If we get
no,
a
I mean hell no.
I'm be like,
you think I would stand in front of that train? No thanks.
Yeah, but Shai, talk about the supply demand situation here for silver.
Well, yeah, I mean, the fundamental story is still there. We are going on year 6 of a supply deficit. Uh, you know, there's no slowing down of demand between renewables, EVs, and data centers, right? You need silver in to build all of these data centers. They're in the chips. So that demand is still there. That said, given this sort of parabolic move, it wouldn't be shocking to see some volatility. In fact, we did, just in October, November, right? We saw some volatility, so not surprising.
Yeah, we can go back. We can go back forever. I mean, the most shocking thing about it is the weekly chart, not the weekly. No, what happened to my chart? It disappeared. Anyway, oh, I just clicked on the wrong tab. My bad. My bad. Yeah, the monthly chart's like exponential crazy. Any event, let's kind of move on. Blake, I know you talked about some of the currency pairs. I have the majors up on my platform. I don't have the emerging. Talk us through what's going on with
You don't have the
currencies.
peso futures?
I could add it. Yeah, hang on a second.
Yeah, see if you can add it, because this is one of those. If you can, I was just reading. I was reading some analysis just actually about an hour ago, and it's funny. Usually when I read this analysis from a bank, we're at the tail end of the move. If you can add the peso, that'd be great. I don't know if
Work,
you've got it there.
I'm working on it. Hang on
All
a
right.
We
second.
have it at 6M.
Oh, there you go. Nice. Okay. So yeah, there you go. The 6M. That's a really, really good you can look at EWW if you guys are stock market traders. That's an ETF for Mexico. The Mexican peso basically has just been getting destroyed, and that is a product of carry trades in the market. So you got euro as a funding currency. You have the Mexican peso as what international and a lot of desk traders will trade. And it's interesting. What's interesting, I'll tell you guys a little story. One of the guys that I traded with in Greenwich, Connecticut, he was one of the Mexican peso market makers. And remember, every big bank has like their head peso trader. These guys would get together like once a year. And the market's so small, they know they would actually all meet and all talk. All these head traders from Goldman, Citi, Morgan, you name it, and they'd all meet up at a hotel in Mexico and drink all weekend and talk about being a peso desk trader. Anyway, they all would communicate. It's a really small group, but what's really interesting about the peso itself is because it's such a high yielding currency, people will sell. You'll sell euros and buy pesos. You'll sell Aussie dollars, buy pesos. You'll sell sterling, buy pesos. And when you're risk taking, when things start to reverse, and which you can see that red candle seeping in, that's telling you that people are becoming a little bit more risk adverse. And so when you got the peso looking the way it is, the South African rand is a very similar type of currency. That's telling us right now that risk taking is at a kind of like at a peak, and that's why I'm a little skittish at the 7,000 level with the S&P, and I'm also skittish about the Bitcoin level at 100,000. This is where my skepticism starts to come in when you start to see an explosive move and then a reversal, which you're starting to see today in the peso.
So let's focus on Mexico for a second, Shai. I mean, the conversation's all over the place with, tariffs and then automobile parts and now fentanyl and maybe sending troops into U.S. troops into Mexico to fight it. What is the macro narrative with respect to Mexico these days?
Well, I mean, they're still one of our largest trading partners, right? And so I don't think that's going away. I don't think, we're not trying to acquire it like Canada,
Yeah.
right? um, not saying Mexico is going to be the 51st state. So, I know that I don't see, I don't really see any risk. I think more to Blake's point, this is not really about Mexico itself, but it's about the carry trade.
Yeah. No, I hear you. All right, let's rotate over to crude oil. If I could find a crude oil chart here, give me a second. Hit that button. and we'll populate it. Crude's back down below $60 again. Shai, let's start with you. I mean, I know you're bullish, right?
I am bullish, but I have stressed that I really don't see this huge bullishness rearing its head until H2 of this year. And technically speaking, we're kind of in the seasonal downtime for crude because we have weaker demand in the winter, et cetera, et cetera. And so generally, seasonally speaking, on a normal year, when, prices have not been reacting the way that they have because we have an administration trying to dampen them, you start to see that seasonal trade kind of the back half of February into March and then into spring. But I'm not sure if seasonally we're going to get that same trade this year, but I do think by H2, certainly by the summer, we will see higher oil prices.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at that. Go ahead, Shai.
Sorry, and particularly like we have Harold Hand coming out and saying he's stopping drilling in the back end this morning because the margins just aren't there. I'm not going to be shocked if we see other producers say the same thing on earnings call this season.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, I'm looking at point of control for the volume profile this is not an elegant volume profile by any means, and it usually never is in crude oil, but we do have kind of a point of control. We closed there yesterday on the Globex close or on the regular close, 59.07. So that's kind of where price happiness seems to be. We got that breakout above that December high. But Blake, I'm interested in your take on this chart.
Well, one of the things that you don't have on your chart, but which is interesting, my chart looks exactly like yours. But on Wednesday, that big green candle right at the top, that was the 200 DMA. If you look at the bottom, the next couple of days, today and yesterday, the 50 DMA is just below that. So we're trapped right between the 200 DMA and the 50 DMA. And you guys know, I mean, I should tell you, I use moving averages not to trade off of per se, but I know everybody else in the world is looking at them. That's why they stay on my charts. You gotta know what everybody else is viewing for the most part. So when we hit the 200 DMA on Wednesday, I was like, all right, this squeeze is probably done up here. And then, the dip back down towards that trend line, you can see that broken trend line. You have it right on your screen.
Yeah.
Between there and the 50 DMA, you got a lot of support, which is good because now we know like our breakout points to the downside, to the upside. We break back below $59. We're probably going to see like 56 again. And if we get above 62, we're probably going to see 65. And for me, it's pretty well defined now. Despite the narrative, I think most of us can probably draw up a really good bullish or bearish narrative if price starts to move in one direction or another. But I am going to let price drive it from here because the levels seem very, very well defined now.
Got it. Well, we got a couple minutes left. Let's go around and do some last thoughts here. Shai, you want to go first?
So I think that, watch crude oil. I don't know that people are going to necessarily want to be short into a long weekend when anything could happen with the Iran situation. So definitely be careful on the short side on crude today.
For sure.
And, I think I just want to point out that Blake made a really good point about the peso, and maybe we're starting to see some risk off, and that would affect the indices. So keep an eye on that as well.
Very awesome. Blake, you get the final words here.
Well, can you pull up the dollar on your charts?
Yeah, hang on a second.
Yeah, no problem. I think the dollar's had a nice recovery. We've seen it. We've seen a nice recovery the last couple of weeks. I do believe that the dollar's upside might be limited from here. There's a lot of things that are happening that could drive the dollar moving forward. One of them being, the incoming Fed chair, whoever that might be. But also, you still have a Supreme Court ruling that obviously lingering in the background. And then, also on top of all of this, and Craig and I talked about this a lot last week when we were on the show filling in for you guys. Trump's back and he's aggressive, and there's a lot of headlines that are driving price right now. And I think the dollar's made a nice recovery from here, but it's also at the 618 retracement, which is the golden fib level. And so I'm looking to see if the dollar is going to push up towards those trend highs, or if we're going to get a failure. Because I think if we're going to get a failure, it's going to happen around here. I think there's a lot of people lurking to buy euros down in the 115 handle, which is just below where we're at. Because they're looking for an eventual move to 120. So I think the dollar is going to be like the linchpin in the markets here. I think we're going to get a lot of ideas on what to do in other markets, cross market analysis, utilizing the dollar first. So that's kind of where my view is at right now.
Awesome, man. Appreciate your insight, Blake. Always awesome. Thank you for being here with us
My
on
pleasure.
Capital Preservation Friday. Shy, awesome. Appreciate you as well. I will talk to you later, Shy, today. But in the meantime, thank you guys. Appreciate you being here. And we are ready for Capital Preservation Friday with a special guest.
Thank you.
All right, it is time. Capital Preservation Friday, my favorite time of the week. And we have a special guest with us in addition to me and Pax. Let's get Pax in here right now. Oh, and there she is. Trader Tammy. How are you guys?
Oh, doing great, Jim. How are you doing? Happy Friday. Happy Friday, Pax.
Happy Friday, Tammy. You look great. Jim,
Thank
you
you.
look like you look decent. Tammy's gorgeous as always. Tammy
Oh,
is
thank you.
Tammy and I are quickly becoming very close. She's in my group and trading very well, and it's always fun to talk to people with different perspectives and to learn from different perspectives, and to put together that's something that is consistent, repeatable, and scalable, and employ that every day.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Fun to
I'm
be
so
here
thankful.
on a Friday morning with you two, both chipper, happy people. I'm crabby, so I'm hoping that your happiness will both rub off on me.
Absolutely. I don't believe it, Pax. I don't believe it. I heard you can be crabby, but I think that you can be turned pretty quickly.
when you have a heart of gold like Pax does, he's those fits of grumpiness they go out the window pretty fast.
Quickly. Very quick.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. So let's talk about some markets this week. I mean, this is we're halfway through January already, which Deli pointed out yesterday. When he said that out loud, I was like, oh my goodness, he's right. We're still, equities are still sticky on the top side, although there's been some rotations going around the stock index futures. I'll use the word rotations. I'm not even sure what that means, but crude's kind of steady. Bitcoin tried to do a breakout, couldn't do it. Bonds are back down in the danger zone. I mean, we had a bid in bonds, and DCP was all pumped up about it, and now we broke that back down into the mid 115 handles. So I guess we'll start with you, Tammy. What are you looking at?
Well, where do you want me to start? Let's start on ES. That's
All right, let's do
always
it.
a great place to start, right? So what I'm looking at on ES is what I want to see as hold today. Right now, we are bouncing off that 382 retracement of the swing up, which I usually see as a very good sign. That's around 69.81.
Okay.
What we did yesterday is we failed off of resistance that I have. I have resistance 7,012 to 24. It was not a surprise to me that we pulled back. I expected us to bounce overnight. I actually told my husband before I went to bed last night, I was like, I have a feeling this is one of those nights where the overnight traders once again are going to get the nice rally. That's been happening so much. I mean, we see it happen a lot anyway, but it's been happening a lot lately.
Yeah, so if we could
And
hang on, Tammy, let me just slow your roll for one quick second.
sure.
Mission Control, if we could pop up, I know we got too many people sharing, but you could unshare me. If we could pop up Tammy's charts, that'd be great.
Let me do that for you real quick. Let's see which screen. Pretty sure it's this one.
Take your time. Take your time.
Let's see. Yep, that's the one. Yep.
Beautiful.
There is the ES daily chart.
Okay.
So, of course, we have all the moving averages on the side of the bulls. So, the pullbacks that we've seen recently have not been a big deal to me. We really had a nice one here on, let's see, what was that? That was on January 1st. I mean, we tested the 50 simple along with price support. Those are the kind of things I really like to see. But, at this point, and then the blue line is a 5 EMA, the red line is a 13 EMA. I am the Fibonacci princess. So, of course, I use Fibonacci numbers. What we did yesterday is we came in, well, first off, Monday, we came down into some price support around that 69.22 area. I did have some symmetrical support there. What symmetrical support is when I see a previous swing that we've already had in the market that is similar to the swing that we are in. We bounced from that, and then yesterday we came up to resistance. The resistance is still there because we have not busted it. That's 7,012 to 24. And then, of course, we pulled back. We pulled back into that. Let's see, right now we're pulling back into we had a really nice bounce overnight, and we're pulling back into the 382 retracement at 69.81. So I would look for us to continue the move up here. Now, what I'll say is if for some reason we don't continue this move up here and we do have a bigger pullback, the lowest level that I'm looking for us to hold is that 69.43 to 46. Because if we can't hold that, we will either retest, I said Monday, I meant Wednesday. We will either retest Wednesday's low or we will make a lower low. So if for some reason we were to open up and really start rolling over here, like I said, the level I'm looking for us to hold is 69.43 to 46.
I got it. And
Well,
Pax, refresh my memory. What's the yearly pivot?
6902, but that's really good analysis. So, and then the way that we trade during the day is 15 handles from the opening range. So if we open here, 15.15 takes us down to about 46, and then underneath 46, 43, 46, there's no doubt we would trade down to Wednesday's low at 20, whatever that was, 23 quarter. Or like 20, we were using 24, 26 that day, Tammy. But and underneath there, then we're at the quarter. Then we're at the yearly pivot. I kept tweeting this on Wednesday. The Nasdaq made it down to the quarterly pivot. I mean the yearly pivot, and took it out and churned it all day long. 25,478. So everything right then. The story, the trade that on Wednesday was about the Nasdaq. It was not about the S&P. If the Nasdaq held that level, then we're going to rally the rest of the week, and that's what we've got. Now, what do we do on Friday? Do we trade back up to that support to that resistance? 70-12. What did you say, Tam? Like 70-12 to 70-20?
24. Yep.
24. Yeah, up there. And if we take it out, then of course we rally up to 70-64 and then further. But if that holds and we open up here, 69.80 to 69.46 to 69.26 to 69.02. That's a good plan. Yeah, that's a good trading plan.
So Tammy, now that Pax mentioned it, walk us through the Nasdaq chart.
Absolutely. Okay, so for Nasdaq, here again, what we're looking at is that we came up to that resistance and failed yesterday. That resistance is still in play. It's 25,897 to 912. So I'm looking for us. We pushed through it just a tiny bit, but not enough for me to say I'm going to delete that resistance now. So, and that happens, right? That happens with levels. That happens with all of our levels. So I am looking for us to try to clear that. We are bouncing off the 50% retracement of the swing up, which is around 25,686 to 75. If for some reason we fail this morning and start to pull back, the level we have to hold is 25,525 to 35, or we will retest Wednesday's low or make a lower low.
Got it. I'm excited to see on your chart. There's a tab down there called RTY. I'm like really digging the RTY. Let's take a peek.
Well, this is one of the ones that I didn't set up.
Oh, that's
previously.
Okay.
Honestly, I thought that maybe if there was going to be a chance that you would ask me about YM. Hey, I knew that you were going to ask me about silver, gold, and crude.
Yep. Okay, let's go. Let's start with gold. Let's start with kind of the basic, the gold contract right now. We have some decent volume so far today. 94,000 contracts in the classic contract and 201,000 in the minis. So gold is here to stay. What are you looking at?
Well, I'll tell you, we busted the 786 retracement of this swing up, which was around 45.94. So what that tells me, which is what we're doing right now, is we are retesting yesterday's low. Let's see, we are around 45.86 right now. So we're coming back to this zone of support. The upper end of it is 45.86.7. And that is where we bounced from basically yesterday. So that first zone is 45.77 to 87, which is what I'm kind of looking to hold there. If we don't hold there, the next level of support I have is 45.53 to 64.
I got it. I know Pax has a secret panel in his den with the safe behind it with his gold bars in there. He's probably not selling those anytime soon.
No, no, not at all. Not at all. I mean, this chart is extremely bullish. We met some, smaller swing inside the swing targets. You're going to see pullbacks on bullish charts, and that's what you want to see.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, now that I'm in Pax's room, I'm trading futures a little bit differently, but I'll tell you that typically that is what I like to see. I want to see a pullback so I can define risk in order to continue the move back up.
Yeah, no, I got it. And before we move to that silver chart, though, for people who have not met you yet, have not seen you yet, remind us what your moving averages are on the chart.
So the blue one is the 5 EMA, the red one is the 13 EMA, the green one is the 50 SMA, and then the pink dotted line, which is way down there,
No,
is the 200 SMA. So, we still have all the moving averages on the side of the bulls. So gold still looks very strong.
yeah, I'm with you on that one as well. Let's pivot over to silver, which has been crazy.
Well, I have a silver 30-minute chart for you here, and I'm thinking that I think it's really interesting because I was looking for I look at something called a two-step pattern, which is it goes in the opposite direction of the trend. So we're going up here, and then we climbed two stairs down to form this zone around 86.5 to zero point 0.9. But to me, it's looking like it possibly may not hold. We're right around that 786 retracement of the swing up, which is 87.586. And it looks like it's trying to bust to me. So if we do officially bust that, then we will retest yesterday's low or make a lower low on silver. I do have a pretty big cluster of support though here. Let's see. It looks like I wrote that backwards. Should be 85, 85.995 to 83. How did I mess that up so bad? I don't know
No,
how
you're
I
good. You're
messed it
good.
up. I got too much going on this morning, right? It's fun trying to get the kids ready for school and out the door and everything else. Let's
I
see.
I miss those days. Yeah, I'm looking on my silver chart. I got call resistance at 85. So we break lower. I'm going to look for previous sessions lows just above 86, and then the call
Yep.
resistance at 85.
Yep. It's 83.615 to 85.995.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
It's the
I mean,
level of support.
call resistance will be interesting if we get there. If we get there today, I look at these MenthorQ levels. Everybody, I highly recommend them, and we're right at that 1 day min right now, which is a percentage calculation that they use, and we're just right at it, 87.7, 77 half right now.
Of course, I'd love to hear whatever levels PAX has.
Oh, PX has silver levels for sure.
They're great. The silver's been a phenomenally great trade.
All right.
I mean, do you want me to go over them, or do you want me to talk
Yeah,
about
yeah.
it?
Let's throw a couple silver. I can't even say silver levels.
I don't know. These don't change, and if you put them on these don't change. These will be important levels for the next 30 years, 50 years, 100 years, whenever gold or silver is trading in these levels. It's 82.94 to 86.14. We'll trade there today. To 89.34. We're through that today. To 92.54. Write all these, everybody in chat should be writing these down. 92.54. Next one above that is 95.74. Next one above that is 98.94. So again, 98.94 to 95. to 95. Wait a second. 98.94 to 95.74 to 92.54 to 89.34 on the way down, obviously. 89.34, 86.14 to 82.94. Underneath there to 79.74. If we get down to 79.74, I'll buy them.
All right. So on the downside, you're saying our initial target here is 86.14.
Yes. Yeah. Where are we trading now? So I mean, I'm not going to fade. I'm not going to fade the move. I'm not going to get short. I might trade the open. No, I won't, because I trade silver differently. But if you're trading the opening range, you're going to be. What is the opening range? Did you happen to see what the OR was, Tammy?
I did not. I saw that it was posted, but I did not happen to see it.
Real quick, just to outline it. So the opening range in silver is 87.85 to 88.21, 87.85 to 88.21, and we're trading in the opening range. So I want to be long above 88.21, and I want to be short below 87.85. That's a wide swath, the opening range.
Oh. Well, here we go. Let's keep.
Then,
go ahead, Pax.
Yeah, so there, you're long at 88.21. I tried to buy him, but I was scrolling down to look. So right. 88 to look at the downside. So 88.21. Now, you know how the S&P trades in 15-handle rotations? Silver trades in 50-cent rotations. So if you bought 88.21s, you're already scratched out. So you buy 88.21s, they go bid, 22 bid, 23 bid, 24 bid as they just did, scratch, stop in, they come back down, you're out for a scratch. Now you're sitting waiting.
Got it. Thank you, Pax. Tammy, what other markets are you looking at this morning?
Well, I do think that crude is interesting. Let's see. I heard people on Blake and Chai on the previous show talking about crude. And really, one of the areas, and I've got to delete this, but one of the areas, let's see, we got down to about 59. Let's see what the bottom of that candle is. Whoop. Let's see. So what I was really looking for on crude here, I was looking for this area around, let's see, around 58, 59 to hold, because it includes the 50 SMA. And that's what we've done so far. One of the things that I've noticed is, we went through a ton of resistance. We've gone through a ton of resistance lately, and then we got back over the 200 simple moving average. So all the moving averages were back on the side of the bulls, but we have not been able to hold over it. So what I would like for us to be able to do is I would like for us to be able to get back over that 200 simple and continue this move up. And it happens to, correlate with some of the retracements there around that 60 level. So I'm saying if we can get through, between 60 and 61, that's the area I'm looking for us to push over to continue this move up. But if we fail here, the next level I'm looking for, like I said, is for us to hold right around that 50 simple, along with a lot of support that I've got there around that 57, 58 area.
Yeah, no, I hear you. 60, I think, is the call resistance level for the Gamma folks. It is options expiration, by the way, today. I want to mention that. But and then we also have December highs at 60 spot 50 as well. And then finally, we have the top of the value area for the monthly volume profile. It's 60 spot 04. So there's a lot of stuff going on right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things where at this point we can see it going either way. And it sounds like Blake and Chai felt the same way. So just be careful out there is word of caution when you don't have clarity. That's the great thing about Pax's room is he does give us clarity. And I'm very thankful to be in there.
Oh my God, Pax is definitely.
I'm grateful you're there too, Tammy.
Yeah, thank you, Pax.
All right, so crude oil we'll keep an eye on. I mean, micro crude also is doing pretty well today, so also consider that as part of your arsenal. Again, we're at 22,000 contracts traded in the in micro
There we
crude. I
go.
mean, it's up 1.22% on the day. The classic contract, I call it the classic contract, the original contract, CL, is 83,700. So you have about more than 25% of the volume is in the micro. So that's a good start. We'll see how it goes for the rest of the day.
All
So we
right. Well,
come.
I've got, let's see, we already did we do gold already?
I think we did. I think
You
we
did,
did talk
you
about
did
gold. Yeah,
gold. We
yeah,
did.
yeah.
Okay. I do have some levels here on YM if anybody wants to hear about that, but
Let's do it. Yeah.
let's do it. Okay. Let's see. In order to continue this move up, we would need to hold, and the thing is, these symmetrical swings on YM have actually been really nice. We've had a lot of swings that are very similar to previous swings. But what I'm wanting us to hold today is that 49,214. If we can't hold that, then we will retest previous lows or make lower lows. And right now, what's acting as resistance for us is that, let me see if I've got some symmetry there, if I have some symmetry there also, yeah. So we need to get through this 49,000, I'd say 720 to about 750 area in order for us to continue this move up. Yep, that's what it is, 720 to about 750.
Yeah, we've had most of the bank earnings, I think, done, right? They're in the rearview mirror, so this will be some interesting trading right now. I mean, you've got your 127 target is at what is that? 50,000.
I have a couple that overlap right there because we have
Okay.
these two swings that are so much alike, but it's right there around, let's see. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out how to look at it. 50,130, 50,130 or so. I can, let's
So
see.
so
Let's do
Tammy,
this.
that begs the question, when you have overlaps and you have two different things showing the same pretty much relative area, is that like does that become more meaningful to you, more important since you have kind of, extra support there, extra idea there?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. When I have two levels that come together, yes. But what I really look for is a cluster, which is three or more Fibonacci price relationships that come together that form a zone. And when it comes to my work, the red is the most important. Now, of course, 618 and 1618 are the golden ratios, and the 618 retracement, which is kind of a peachy, peachy pink color. It's supposed to be more pink, but it's peachy kind of color. um, it
Georgia Peach, just like you, Georgia
a
Peach.
Georgia peach.
There you
Actually,
go.
maybe I should just keep it peach. That's a great point. Yes, Georgia peach, just like and our oldest daughter was born on 618, and this was before I
Oh,
even
that's
started
awesome.
doing Fibonacci work. Yeah, isn't that interesting? It was very interesting. Um, so but the red numbers are the ones that are previous swings in the market, and those are the ones that are the most important. And then the 618 and the 1618. Of course, I use 1272 and 1618. The green numbers are the targets. And those are places where we've extended beyond the current swing that we are in.
I got it. Just out of curiosity, so I see that 161.8. On the silver chart, it's like every time I put a fib extension on, it just keeps making new ground, and I keep adding to, what the percent should be. So what's above 161.8? Anything meaningful?
261,
Ooh,
2.618. Yep.
that's interesting.
Yep.
All right,
Two.
2.61. Yeah. So is that the silver chart?
That's the silver chart. But what I also do is I make symmetrical projections. So a lot of times when people hear I'm the Fibonacci princess, they're like, yeah, everybody knows how to do Fibonacci. And it's like, well, no, the way
Mm-mm.
I do Fibonacci is more intense than the way most people do Fibonacci. So once we get this extended, something I start looking at is symmetrical projections. So I can look at a previous swing that we've had and see how it's similar to the current swing that we're in. So I could look at a swing like this and say, okay, there's some resistance up there. and I can look at, I look at a lot of different things that other people that might do Fibonacci don't look at. So we have a previous swing here, projecting it from that low, and it starts showing me different areas where we could potentially fail if we're past the target extensions. So that's what I do a lot of times also is I just look at symmetrical projections, which are, like I said, I go from a previous low to a previous high, and I project it from the more current low and say, okay, maybe this is where we're going to stop instead. So that's what's great about Pax's work is that his, his levels and the way he looks at things. What I love is when my levels line up with his levels. And then I'm like, wow, this is the good stuff right here. This is as good as it gets.
Yeah. Now, when you say systematic projections, is this kind of like a measured move, like an equidistant measured move from a certain starting point?
Yes. Yes. It's 100% of a previous swing. So it's a previous swing that's happened, and I'm just projecting it from a previous high or low to see where there's potential support or resistance.
Yeah, that's good technical analysis. I love that. And Pax talks about the equidistant moves all the time. So you guys are in sync, which is awesome. Good morning, chat. By the Cooper. Cooper says Symmetry rocks. Good to see you, Cooper. Good to see everybody in the chat. We do have a question, Tammy. Like, just from Fib 101, where do I start my Fib line?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're looking at, but if you're looking for price support, you always go to the more recent high. I mean, I say that, but if here again, there's a thing, if we're inside of a swing, I might look inside of a swing. But for the most part, if we're looking here at silver, all of your support is going to be projected from this more recent high, which let's see on that bar, it's 93.70. So what you're going to do is you're going to, and I have these Fibonacci Princess tools, Sim Princess and Fibonacci Princess, but you're going to go like for this, the current support we're looking at, I looked from this high to this low. Whoops, I grabbed the wrong tool. Sorry.
Okay. By the way, could we get these tools on NinjaTrader desktop?
Yes, we need to. Yes, we need to release these tools. Definitely.
Okay. All right.
I'm still working on a couple of things with Mike Burke, who is just absolutely amazing. But yes, I can definitely release the tools. The Sim Princess tool is the one that will help you get that symmetrical support. So we're going to look at this previous swing. We're going to go from the high to the low, project it from the recent high, and it gives us one of these support levels that you see in here. And then we're going to go with this one. We'll go from this high to this low, project it from here. And you can just go on back to the swings you see, high, low, project it. That's going to give us one of these higher lines that we're looking at right here.
Yeah, so those extensions require 3 points.
3 points. It's a 3-pointed tool for symmetry. It's a 2-pointed tool, which is called the Fib Princess tool for the retracements and extensions. Because I also look at extensions to the downside as possible price support. So if I wanted to look from yesterday's low to today's high, then that gives me, it's saying that the market is extended right around that 84 point, 2 or 3 level, let's see, 84.2 area is where the market is actually getting extended from that swing, which can act as possible support also.
Yeah, I mean, I always have trouble just starting a basic fib. I know you can analyze different time frames with just a regular fib measurement, but it's like, for me, it's like, what are other people looking at? What's the most meaningful? Because other people are gonna react off it as well. So that's kind of why I kind of like to align on an intraday chart, a fib with a VWAP as an example. So
well, that's what I like to tell people is Fibonacci is a tool. Fibonacci is not the only tool you use, but is a tool in your toolbox. I like to think of it as the hammer or the screwdriver personally, just because it's one of the main tools that I use a lot. But it's a tool in your toolbox. You don't just use Fibonacci levels to make your choices. You want to look at other, indicators or triggers that align with it. Now, you don't want to look at too many things. If you're looking at too many things, you're going to confuse yourself and never going to make a good trade. You've got to find a good system. You have to test it out in a sim account first. Make sure it works. As Pax says, and we have to make a t-shirt that says this, give the market your time, not your money.
That's a great saying. Well, Tammy, it's so great having you here this morning. As you know, Friday is my favorite segment of the week. You're coming back, right?
I would love to come back.
All right.
I wait for the little, email in my Google. I'm like, is Ninja going to send me an email? Did
I'm
I
going to be
do something?
full court press on Chev and say, I'm ready to get this going.
No
Um,
doubt.
Anyway, thank you. Your analysis is awesome. Really appreciate you being here with us. I'll
Thank
cut and paste
you.
your X handle into the chat in a bit. So it's Trader Tammy one, right?
At Trader Tammy 1, Fibonacci Princess. And be sure to go on over to my YouTube channel too. I'm trying to get it worked up. Oh, and I just started sending out a free newsletter every morning. It has ES, NQ, GC, and CL on it. And all you have to do is go to FibonacciPrincess.com and sign up for the free newsletter.
You got me at free.
It's great. I do a write up with it too. So you don't just get charts. I actually
Awesome.
tell people what they're looking at.
Very, very good. Well, Tammy, have a great weekend. And
Y'all
hopefully
too.
the weather will break a little bit better for us over the next few days, but we'll see.
I've got a cheer competition to go to for my oldest daughter, so it should
All
be good
right.
times in
Good luck.
Charleston. Y'all take care. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care.
Great segment, Tammy. Thank you. And I'll see you in an hour.
Thank you, Pax. Yes, I look forward to it.
Pax,
Jimmy.
cars versus lots. Let's have it out right now. We have a nomenclature problem from back in the day.
I say just because nobody understands me when I say cars, I just say lots. But yeah, I mean, I sold you 50 cars. Nobody ever said I sold you 50 lots, or I sold you a 50 lot.
This was
it's
the
never
thing.
lots.
This,
It's either cars or lot. I sold you a 50 lot. I sold you a 100 lot.
Well, the CBOT folks would use lots, and the Merc floor guys would use cars. We always thought, the Merc floor guys weren't as good as the CBOT floor guys, so lots was the way to go.
I just had that out with. There's a bunch of old pit traders in my group, and a bunch of Merc guys and a bunch of board of trade guys, and we were having it out the other day about board of trade Merc. And look, the Merc bought the board of trade, so the Merc won. But yeah, I got the first time I tried trading was I was 21 years old and I was clerking in the Eurodollar pit. I was a top step clerk in the Euros for one of the biggest brokers in there, and I thought that I was good enough to be able to start trading. So I got my item seat at the board and I started to trade night bonds. I had no business. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So I just kind of stood there and watched. And then the first Gulf War broke out, and all of the big shots were there. Charlie D was there, Baldwin was there, Annie Keeney was filling.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. So Ryan, it was just to watch these legends was worth the price of admission. But I had I was lost because the board of trade verbiage was, as you point out, and the hand signals was very different than the Merc.
Yep.
Sold for everything. If you bought 1,000 lot, you would say sold. Sold. What sold? Where are we selling things? I mean, it was amazing I got all confused, but it was a great learning experience for me to be at the board of trade for the 8 months that I stood there in a seat.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, both glorious places in the past for sure.
Cars comes from, the old cattle cars,
Yeah.
a carload of cattle is what you would take delivery on. I mean, it was measured out to weight, but it was frankly a carload, and then it became bellies, and then hogs, and and so on and so forth, and lots that was wheat and corn, and
Yeah.
and so that kind of passed down through the currencies and at the Merc, and then the bonds at the board, and then the Dow, and then the indices and things.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned that the CME bought CBOT and CME wins, but I bet you Charlie Carey's kind of happy that he won.
Charlie did win. Charlie's a great guy. Charlie saved me in me and Brian McCormick had I don't want to, I don't want to get piss anybody off, but me and Brian, I led a fundraiser for John McCain in 2000, I think it was like seven during the no, it was 2008. It was right after my mother died. So we had a fundraiser for John McCain, presidential run. And Terry Duffy told me that I can use Chicago Mercantile Exchange or Board of Trade, facilities, but none of those guys can have their names on it because they had backed the Democratic candidate. In fact, they had backed Hillary, and then they backed Obama because of the antitrust stuff that they were going through. So anyway, Brian McCormick and I were on the hook for $250,000 to get McCain and Lieberman in Chicago for a half a day. And then Charlie signed on. Once Charlie signed on, we met with all those guys. Once Charlie signed on, we raised $750,000. And I got to know Charlie a lot, and another Southside Irish guy, just a great dude. Great dude.
Yeah. No, I met Jimmy Carter through Charlie. He was doing the fundraiser thing. He was raising for, I don't know, some charity that he was working on, and him and Rosalind, I can't remember her name.
Yeah, Rosalind, yeah.
They were coming to a small dinner, a small luncheon it was. Charlie was like, strong arming everybody. Hey, it's cheap. It's only gonna be $2,000. Come have lunch. That was the most expensive lunch I ever had. But we got to meet him, and it was worth it for sure.
Charlie is for those of you that don't know, Charlie was the chairman of Board of Trade when CME and Merck when CME bought CBOT, and they merged, probably more to the point. And then Terry became CEO. And Charlie became, he's the second guy, right? Vice chairman of the exchange, of the exchange, and vice chairman of the exchange. Two great guys, both Southside Irish guys too. How about that?
There you go. I always felt like meeting him was like, we'll get to the charts in 1 second here. I always felt like meeting him was like meeting Mayor Daley, kind of.
Yeah, kind of look like they kind of resemble each other, don't they? A little rotund, rosy cheeks.
Yeah.
Same hairstyle.
Yeah.
And side of the mouth, back slappers.
Let's talk about Friday's trade action here. We're looking. We popped up your screen up here right now. Pax. What do you think?
Real quick, let me mention. I asked everybody in chat if they did this. Let me mention silver. So 88.21 is the top of the silver opening range. 88.21. So remember, silver trades in 50-cent increments, 50-cent ladder rungs, $3.20 swings. 50-cent ladder rungs, $3.20 swings. So listen, if you're going to trade silver, for a while, trading the mini micro spread in silver was great. But now, at $88, the margin is too great to trade minis for most of you. But 88.21 to 88.71. That's basically the range of the day. 50 cents. I mentioned that when Tammy was here. Silver trades in 50-cent ladder rungs, and we got that first 50-cent ladder rung. Okay, so if you caught it, you caught it nicely. Silver kept coming down you had to work for it. You buy 88.21, scratch them out. They pop. Buy 88.21s again. They pop. Come down, scratch them out. Come down, and then scratch you out again, and then run. But just pay attention to that. You can very, very effectively trade silver with micros. The micro contract is an unbelievably important contract for retail or independent traders. Independent traders, anyway.
Well, so while we're on the topic, before we get over the equities, what we have a 100-ounce contract coming up.
Oh, I can't wait to see what that's like. What will the margin be on that? Do you have any idea?
Well, it's gonna be 9%. 9% of the notional value. So,
nice. So help me out with the math.
Yeah. So okay. So let me get my head around this for a second. It's going to be 1/10 the size of silver of the micro silver.
Yeah.
And let me get the notional value calculated for you really quickly here. So it'll be the notional value will be as of today, right this second, 8,000. Let's just round it up to 9,000. So you take 9% of 9,000. It's going to be a little bit less than $900.
Oh, okay. So what will the tick value be? Do you know?
Yeah, I mean the tick value is going to, well, good question, because right now the tick value for the micro is basically 0.005, right? So it's trading at $5. So it'll be 50 cents. It'll be a 50-cent tick.
Okay, all right. Uh, yeah, that'll be interesting.
Oh, it's gonna be a it's gonna have a huge volume on the get-go is my
Huge
prediction. We'll
volume.
find out. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll have huge volume. You know, with silver, look, guys, as traders, we have the ability to be able to trade whatever's moving, right? You don't have to if ES is my main market. But every day, anybody that's been in my group gets a daily plan for years. I am prepared to trade ES. I'm prepared to trade NASDAQ. I'm prepared to trade bonds, gold, silver, and crude. I put together targets in every single day in all those markets. And whatever moves, I'm willing to trade. Everything has staggered opening ranges. 7:20 Central Time for gold and silver. And bonds, and then 8 o'clock in the morning Central Time for crude. And I haven't traded crude in a while, but crude is a great trade when it moves. I missed this. I caught part of the rally. Remember the 55.10 Sarah and I both were talking about on our Sunday shows. I bought that and I took them up to 57 something. And then I didn't scratch out the last two, but I got stopped out on a trailing stop. I can't stand trailing stops for that reason. Anyway, and then they go. So, but we got to be prepared to trade whatever's moving. And silver is trading like the old NASDAQ, when I was on the floor,
Yeah.
and when we were in the pit, when I was in the NASDAQ pit, fortunes were made in very short orders. And if you did not manage your risk, fortunes were lost in very short orders. So, I mean, the NASDAQ pit made more millionaires in a quicker, shorter period of time than any other pit in history. I think the 30-year bond made people richer than any other pit in history with the Eurodollar behind it. But the NASDAQ was absolutely that market. And now silver, for those of us that are capitalized enough, silver is trading like the NASDAQ used to. It's very, very dangerous if you're not managing your risk properly. But it is a great trade if, in fact, you are.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it. Be careful, everybody. Best practices, have your stop in.
Oh,
It's not an afterthought.
look, I bought silver twice in the time that we were on the show with Tammy at 88.21. I paid for them at 80, just shy of 88.70, scratched them out. Now they're running. I got nothing on, right? I scratched them out. I would rather miss a move than to lose money, especially in silver. Now I paid for it, so I made a couple of $1,000. I didn't do it in my Ninja account, because it's not funded enough. But so I missed the move. I'm missing a move. So what? But if you guys are paying attention to this, you're going to learn something. 88.21, you buy 88.21s just like we do in the S&P. If it goes bid, 88.22, 23, scratch stop in. You might get scratched out, but if the market doesn't get back inside the opening range, you buy them back again. And now you've got a hugely profitable trade. If you're trading the micros, you still have a hugely profitable trade. If you're trading minis, you're up 15,000, well, depending on how many you're trading, right?
So refresh everybody's memory. Opening range is, you're not talking about the equity opening range. You're talking about the silver, which is different, right?
Right. 88.21 is the top of the opening range. Opens at 7:25 in the morning. It's staggered from gold, but yeah, opens at 7:25 Central Time, 8:25 Eastern, and 88.21 is that price. Right. So that takes us up. Hold on, let me see. That takes us up to 89.34. Okay, so 50-cent swings. It takes us up to 88.71. So you peel one off at 88.71, pay for your trade, take profit. Now you've got offers in at 89.34. So you put them in at 89.28 to get them in front of the number.
Yeah.
Gold, the important price in gold. I've been talking about this since we're in since we got above 4,400. The important price in gold is going to be 46.04. Okay, 46.04. So that's the corresponding price to today's opening range in gold to silver is going to be 88.21. So remember these levels because they'll stay important. And then those 50-handle ladder rungs will take you up to the $3.20 swing. And we're 30 cents away from completing that swing in silver.
I have like a pencil and a notepad, and I'm just writing down. You're throwing out numbers and markets. I'm writing them down. I'll look at the chart as soon as I get a second to to breathe. But thank you for those numbers. They're awesome. I appreciate you doing that, Pax. So we're getting close now. We're
Let's
gonna
do it.
start moving it. We're gonna again we're gonna talk about the spread trade. We're gonna talk about the equity markets here in a second. So let's get into it. This segment now is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. So let's get in on it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go. You got it on your charts.
I do. Okay, so here's the this is the mini here on the left side, and this is the micro here on the right side. Mini, micro, mini, micro. The rotations. So let me answer this question. In Reloaded Trader, the rotations in crude is 60 cents. Crude trades in 60-cent rotations. I don't know where crude is trading right now to give you an idea, but crude stopped. Crude made a great high. Actually, crude made. Let me mention this. Crude made a great high at 62.20 the other day. That's a good spot for it to stop on the upside. So whether you're trading silver, gold, silver and gold, or you're trading any of these markets, we have the ability to be able to spread out. Now, this isn't a hedge, okay? In spite of what some firms will tell you, if I buy a 2 lot in the E-mini at 92.5, if I buy a 2 lot at 92.5, that gives me 20 micros to scale out of. So I want to keep my commission structure lower, and that's going to be more effective for me trading in the market in the minis and trading out in micros. Okay. So I am going to give myself a chance to take more out of the market as I scale out. So I'm all in my position and then I scale out. When I get inside of a position, so if I bought 92 halves on the open, if I buy 92 halves, first question, and the market goes 2.5 bid, 3 bid, 3.5 bid, and I put a scratch stop in, I ask myself 2 questions immediately. Where am I taking profit? And where am I adding? Because remember, there's 4 types of traders: the consistently losing trader, break-even trader, consistently profitable trader, and ultimately profitable trader, people that become free. Consistently losing money, never learn how to manage their risk. Break-even traders learn how to manage their risk, not their profit. Consistently profitable trader, manage risk, manage profit. And then the 4th one, the rich people or the free people, they learn how to manage their risk, learn how to manage their profit, and exploit their profit. Trading out in the mini micro spread gives us the ability to be able to manage your profit effectively and to learn how to be able to exploit your profit. There's multiple ways of doing it. And each week we talk about it, okay? And I know I'm talking quickly because, I don't know, because the market is opening soon and I get a little bit intense.
No, you're doing good. You're doing good. One thing I do want to, for folks that haven't been here before, welcome. Appreciate you being part of NinjaTrader Live. The focus should be on, there's 2 trading ladders or domes that PAX is showing. The one on the left is the E-mini S&P and ticker symbol ES. The one on the right is the micro E-mini S&P, ticker symbol MES. So they're different markets, but they're the same market. So let me explain that a little bit. They're independent markets, right? They have an independent bid ask. We have independent volume, in the book. On both of these 2 markets, but the basis is the exact same. It's the S&P 500, so they trade in sync. They are nearly perfectly correlated. So that gives PAX the ability then to basically, if you think about fractional trading, PAX might end up with a fractional position in the mini, the bigger contract. S&P. Remember, it's a 10-to-1 ratio. Micros are 1/10 the size, smaller. So that's hopefully what we're going to see here when this opening range kicks off in, we got about 12 minutes or so.
Yeah. So look at the way the way to learn how to the way to make a lot of money in this business is to manage your profit. So I want to take more out of the market than just a couple of points. and then I want to be able to add to the market. And the way that I do that is I scale out of my positions, and then I look to add to my profit, my profitable trades. I never add to a losing trade. That dollar cost averaging is for investing. It's not for trading. Okay. And if you're trading for active income, you don't ever add to a loss, and always use stops. Okay. So always, if you're trading for active income, trading, always use stops and never add to a loss. Learn how to add to profit, and trading out using the micros, trading in the minis and then trading out in the micros, as I'll exhibit on the open, is an effective way in learning how to manage your profit and learning how to exploit it by adding to it. Okay, scalping the indices is a very difficult way to make a living long term. Taking more out of the market and adding to it is the way that you're going to become financially free. The less I trade, the more money I'm going to make. My mentor used to say, the less you trade, the happier you're going to be. But the less I trade, the more money I'm going to make, because it's going to give me the ability to be able to add to my positions. Now, again, in our theoretical, earlier, I bought a 2 lot at 92F. That gave me 20 to trade out of, okay, in micro. So I buy 2, a 2 lot equals 20 lot in the micros. I'm going to sell 5 to pay for my trade and remove my risk. So my front end is going to show me long 2, short 5, and I'll show you this in a few minutes. I don't think we're going to do anything, today. I don't think today is going to be a day. Today would not be a day for me to want to spend money in the indices. But I will here so that I can kind of exhibit it, okay? So anyway, so if I buy 2, I'm going to remove my risk by selling 5. So now I'm long 2 minis, short 5 micros. The market trades up to my 15 handle rotation. I'm going to sell 5 more micros. I'm scaling out. But as most of you know who follow me or who've been in these shows on Fridays, above that 15 handle rotation, I'm going to add more. So I buy 2, I sell 5 at the pay line, and then I sell 5 at the 15 handle rotation to take profit. I'm long 2, short 10.
Yeah.
We go bid. Now I've got choices as how to add to my position. The way
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to point out, I love your initial entry technique, because you don't let it go. You do not let it go very far against you. Like you're almost scratching them every single time.
Well, I try to, yeah. If I take an expense, I'm going to shut it. Real-time information to make real-time trading decisions. If I buy 92 halves and it goes 3 bid, 4 bid, scratch stop in, that's the market telling me immediately that that's the direction it's trying to go. If it comes down and scratches me out, well, I can put it back on, but the market has already given me real-time feedback that it's trying to rally. If I buy 92 halves and it's 92F offer, 92F offer, 2 offer, I'm out. Tick, 2 ticks, 3 ticks, I'm out. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the market giving me real-time information that it's not going higher. So I got to take it easy. Now, that doesn't mean that a second later, it doesn't give me different info.
Yeah.
But people are going to misconstrue the way that I enter a trade by thinking I'm a scalper. I'm not. I scalp into a position. I get in, the market protects me, I get out. I will never buy 92 halves and put in a 84 stop. That sort of trade makes absolutely no sense to me. I'm going to buy 92 halves and it goes perfect, right or right out immediately, or it doesn't, and I get out, and that's an expense. Fees on MES cost too much, Pat says, and that's why you trade in minis, because your mini fees are going to be a lot less, cumulatively speaking, than your micros. You trade in and out, in and out, in and out a couple of times, and then you catch the move. Yeah. You're in the minis. Your commissions are going to be a lot smaller. You trade in and out in 20 lots. In micros, your commissions are going to be very, very big, and those add up fast. So yeah. Remember, I don't lose money, I spend money. I would rather have expenses, which includes ticks that I spend, but also includes commissions that I spend. I would rather maintain a small expense than to start losing money with pretty big commissions. Capiche?
Yeah, that's a good explanation. I do want to remind everybody, I mean, we have about 6 more minutes, less than 6 more minutes before that bell rings. There's micros in more than just the S&P. They're in all the stock index futures. they are in. A good example is crude oil. Like we did 25,000 contracts already in crude oil. We have copper, 25,000 contracts so far in copper in the micros. We have gold. Listen to this. Sit down. 225,000 in the micros. I mean, that's a monster market. So when you're thinking about adding or scaling out or adding in around a position, which PAX is going to show us right now, there is that I'm going to call it a sister market. There is that sister market or little brother market in the micros to also trade alongside. So I just wanted to point that out for folks that are new here to our show.
Somebody asked, there's a lot of questions I was trying to get to, and then I get turned off, like in a different direction. But some prop firms won't let you do this because it's a hedge. It's not a hedge, but okay. There are some not prop firms, funding companies that will allow you to do it. So you got to find the right ones that can. And Panks, we don't know what your terms. You don't know what my terms mean. What terms in particular? Timmy Ryan, you asked a question I wanted to get to. I don't understand how he closes the ES mini contracts. You mean how do I close the mini micro? So if I buy 2 and I'm short 20, I'm synthetically flat. You just hit the flatten all button and it'll flatten your positions in both markets. So
Yeah.
there's a lot to it. I mean, there's a lot to it, and you guys have to tune in every Friday when I do this, and you will get the hang of it. I mean, you're not going to look. I've been doing this for 28 years. I've been trading for 28 years. I traded on the floor for the first, I don't know, I left in 2013. So for the first 14 years of my career, and then the last 14, I've been on the screens. So, and I didn't start trading the mini. Well, I don't really. Well, I didn't start trading the mini micros. I don't really trade the mini micro spread, but I came up with the concept of it based on what people used to do with the big contract and the mini contract years ago. I came up with and I adapted it to the screens for the traders in my group that are underfunded. Okay, so it really and that are new and that are progressing into learning. Please understand that this is about managing your profit and learning how to add to your profit. That's what this is about. So show up every week and you will learn, okay? Or join my group and you will learn, because you're not going to figure it out here. It took a long time to figure it out.
That's why I love Capital Preservation Friday, because I get to learn just being here next to you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Jimmy's been in this business longer than I have. So, I mean, obviously.
I have. No, that's not obvious. Wait a second.
No, I know. I'm just kidding. We're about the same age. He's a little bit older than me. But,
I'm a lot older. I know.
Not a lot.
I have a little hair left. I don't know.
Couple years, my brother. So, I mean, please don't. And like Tammy said at the end of the last segment at 8, do not do this with live money. Do this on the simulator, okay? Yeah. And if you're trading a funded account or a funding company account, don't blow an account trying to figure this out. Practice it. Yeah. It takes. There's a real, and this is a question somebody asked earlier. There's a real progression to learning how to be a long-term profitable trader. Stop gambling, okay? This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. You are not going to make your fucking fortune this week. It's going to take you a long time to learn how to do this. So, somebody asked me how long it took me earlier, and I said I'd talk about it, how long it took me to become profitable. On the screens, it took me about 6 months. I mean, no. On the floor, it took me about 6 months. And the only reason that I started to make money after 6 months was because I had 2 incredible mentors. Yeah. Judd Hirschberg, who taught me a way, his exact words were, I'll teach you a way of trading that works on the floor, off the floor, anytime, any place. Okay, well, I still trade that way. And then Mickey Hoppin, who taught me how to think, act, fight, and battle like a trader and like a man. Taught me a lot about being a man and, an adult. And, on the screens, it took me about a year and a half to be able to adapt full time. In 2013, I wasn't profitable until mid 2014 because it took me a long time to be able to figure out how to adapt all that, what I knew and what I did on the floor onto the screens. And I was a huge pit trader. I traded huge size in the NASDAQ futures.
Pax, I hate to interrupt you right now, but we got less than a minute to go. We need to
Okay.
focus on the business at hand now. The opening range is gonna start in a second. You got that 30-second opening range that's
Yeah.
actionable for you. We got 45 seconds, man. We're getting ready to go.
All right. So look, if I'm trading normal size, I am I'm not looking to spend any money in this market, meaning I'm going to keep my expenses very tight and very small. I'll get back to that question after the open. But look at so I'm not willing to spend any money in this. Any trade that I choose has got to work right away or not. All right, here we go, man. Here we go. Mama nudge. 10 seconds. Breathe and slow your heart rate down. Lower your blood pressure so you see everything in slow motion when everybody else sees it chaotically. My God, here we go. I love this business. No business like it. Never in the history of business has there been a business this great. All right, 92 half low so far, 96 half high. Let's see if one holds. See, no volume to this open. All right, it's a good day to trade small or not at all. Okay, 96 half going to be the top. No, it ain't. 97 is going to be the top. Got it. I took a 1 tick expense. I think I took a 2 tick expense. Uh-oh, Maran. Come on, go. Bid him, bid him, bid him.
He's working the 97s.
Oh, shit, I got him. I'm long 97s.
You got him.
Okay, I got to scratch. Oh, fucking. I got scratched out. All right. 97, 8, 9, 10. I'll buy 01s. 01 is the pay line. God bless it. That was easy. No, it wasn't. It was manageable.
Yeah, the tape's a little thinner, Pax.
Yeah, it's very thin. Easy. So there's the two ways I look at a trade. Easy is if I buy something, it goes bid and I pay for it right away. Oh, that's easy. Manageable is if I scratch it out. See, that sucked. I wouldn't spend any money in this fucking market whatsoever if I was trading my normal shit. So long and paid, you guys are you bought 97s, you paid for your trade at 01. How many of you are long and paid?
Yeah,
Back to the opening range, so you're scratched out. I will never sit with a bid at the top of the opening range at 97. I want to see like there. Now, if I did, I would have gotten filled and I'd be long with no risk. But pullbacks, when the market comes back to the opening range, it's normally an instant expense.
But does that sometimes settle out and then 97s are good again?
Yeah, it does. But I don't like, so as a general rule, like, if I was long 97s as I was and I got ticked out, I got ticked out, meaning I got scratched out, and then it goes, I'm not going to sit here I'm not going to sit here with an existing bid. Now, right now it would work. The NASDAQ opening range is, this is no good. NASDAQ is, markets are doing two different things again. The NASDAQ opening range is 869 to 840. So the S&P is sitting at the top of the opening range, and the NASDAQ is sitting at the bottom, towards the bottom of it. All right, well. All right, I'm going to start doing shit that I would never do and trade outside of the opening range just so I can exhibit how to trade the spread, okay? Yeah. Now pretend I'm long from, well, let's see if these 97s work.
Come on, let's go. There we go. There we go.
Yeah. All right.
Pax is long 2 E-minis right now.
And I got an offer in to sell 5 micros at 07.
07 hits.
I mean, not 07, oh
Oh
01,
one.
70,
Oh
oh
one.
01.
Yeah. So if O one hits before scratch out, then you're long 1.5 E-minis.
Right. So I have no risk on my position. All right.
Correct.
Don't just pay me here. I can show everybody how this works.
Sometimes you just got to tell her what to do, Pax.
I do, and it doesn't always work. It's like telling one of my kids what to do. Oh, they'll listen to me, but like telling my wife, "That's it. I need a haircut." Like this morning, I need a haircut. I didn't get a haircut. I need to get paid. I'm not getting paid. I think I have arthritis in my thumb. Is that possible? Just get it in one finger. Scrolling.
I don't want to know what you're doing with your thumb.
Scrolling. When I was lifting
yeah.
yesterday, it hurt. All right, I'm going to cancel. No. All right, all right, now listen, if I don't know what to exhibit. Should I exhibit the opening range?
No, you're on the right side of history here, man. You're on the right side of history.
I know, but it's going to come down and scratch me out, and then I'm going to miss my re-entry, and then I'm not going to be able to exhibit the spread.
Okay. I gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Yep,
I mean, if I'm trading normally, I'm not going to do this, but I'm going to do this now. Because I just want to be able to show you how to do this. So when I pay for my trade, so my point is here, I don't know whether to exhibit my process or to exhibit the spread. Now see, look here, I'll try to do a little bit of both. So we're trading at the top of the opening range again. NASDAQ is in the middle, not doing shit. We cannot get to the pay line. We already got to the pay line at 01. Pay line is where I remove my risk. We can't get there. Not again. We did it once. We're not getting there again, but the S&P is not getting back inside the opening range. So you got to be long from 97. There we go. I'll retest again. All right. So I'll put in a scratch stop again. Now pay me, you son bitch. Daddy needs a new pair of Ferragamos. Look at my computer. It says Ferragamo Friday.
Oh, I love Fridays. Come on. Let's get some buyers in here. Push us up. A couple ticks is all we need.
Even on 100. OF on 50. Sold packs. Buy them at 01. That's what I would do in the pit just to fucking shove it in everybody's keister. There we go. All right,
there you
now,
go.
Long 2, short 5. See, sometimes I just have to pretend I'm bidding them up like I would in the pit to try to sell some. Even on 100. You want those? Not really. I'll sell 20 at 01. All right. So now the rotation is, the first rotation is going to be what? 97. Why isn't that populating? First rotation will be 12. So now I'm going to scroll up and I'm going to put in a 5-lot offer at 12. Oh boy, not that. Here, 5-lot offer at 12. Okay. Oh, now I'm long 2, I'm short 5. I have no risk on my 1.5 micros. I'm long. No risk. Now, if I get stopped out, I'm going to be short 5 from basically the high of the day. So now if I reinitiate this trade here, I've already, okay, now different ways of adding to your positions. So if I reinitiate this trade here, I basically already paid for it at 01. So I can buy 2. I've already sold 5 at 01. So I've already paid for the trade. Instead of being long 1.5 minis, I'm long 2 minis. Okay, now we don't go 97 bid and the market takes out the bottom of the opening range. I'm short 5 from the high of the day. See, I have options.
So you're right now you're neutral on the E-mini and you're short from the high of the day on the micro.
Yes. See, I have options. Traders want options.
See, this worked out beautifully, Pax.
Well, if I was trading, if I was trading normal size, I don't know, it'd be $200 on a 1 lot. Oh shit! I got to buy these 97s again.
That's enough to buy me a caramel macchiato venti.
Yeah.
Extra shot.
I have enough to do that already. All right. So listen, now, I'm not long 97s, but now I've already paid for my trade, right? So I don't have to do it again. So now I'm long 2 and not long 1.5. Earlier I was long 1.5, not long 2. Let me see what some of the questions are. Does that make sense? This ought to be making, even if it's new to you, it should be making just a little bit of sense to use. Right? No, let me cancel those and let it work. I'd love to see the NASDAQ take out the top of the opening range. If the NASDAQ can take out the top of the opening range, then I think the S&P can rally. There we go. NASDAQ rallying. To be clear, when the market breaks, that means the market is going lower. When the market rallies, that means the market is going higher. The market doesn't break higher. The market breaks lower. The market rallies higher. I don't know why that always drives me crazy when people say, oh, we broke higher. No, we didn't. We rallied higher.
I get mixed up on those two terms all the time.
NASDAQ failing. So this is failing. I'm out of those. But short D's. No, look at that. Now, if I was trading my normal stuff, I would have scratched that. But now I'm short 5. So 92, what is the bottom of the OR is 92 what? 92 eighth. 92 eighth. So we go 92 F offer. I'm going to sell those. Market tried to rally. So let's see if they want to try to break them. Algorithms doing the same shit we did on the floor. It's no different. This is such a wasted, there's no reason to really be involved in the market. Like I said before the open, no reason to spend any money in this. So it's nice to be short 5 from the high of the day. Now what do? So we go 97 bid again. I'll buy those, but I'm anticipating the market is now going to try to come out of the opening range to the downside. That's 840 in the NASDAQ, and that's 92F in the S&P. So I'll initiate my trade with a 2 lot. So then I would be short 2, short 5. I got to pay for my trade. If I sell 92 Fs and they go to the pay line, 2F, that would be 88 F. They go to 88 F, I'm going to buy 5 micros in to remove my risk on my shorts. So then be short 2 flat. See, I have options.
Here we go. It sees you there, Bax.
It's smelling me. The algos know where my stops are. Do they? Actually, they do. Not only am I trying to minimize my risks, smart trader Paulo, not only am I trying to minimize my risk, I'm trying to maximize my profit by taking more out of it, more out of the market, and by adding more to it.
Yeah, and you're still, just to remind everybody, you're still short from basically the high
of the day
on the micros, 5 lots.
See now, look, you got the NASDAQ trying to come out of the opening range to the downside, and you have the S&P doing nothing in the middle of it. Garbone. I don't know what that means. My dad always used to say that when something was bad. Oh, that's garbone.
At what point do you give up on the OR high?
Oh, I don't know. I would have. Now.
Okay.
So for those using my group, don't buy 97s again. Wait for the rotation to get long. But if we take out the bottom of the opening range, you definitely have to try that on.
So, but that sell stop though, just to let everybody know, you only have a short position at around 92.5.
92F, yeah. And all right, so now if I get touched on, I don't want that. It's not coming easy, so I'm going to cancel it, and I'm going to manually enter my trade. Is that what that is? Thank you, Fractal. I knew somebody would know. Garbone.
Oh my God. So when you said it's not coming easy, this is experience talking, right?
Yeah. Yes. So I want to sell. I do initiate with sell stops and buy stops, but in markets that are kind of, coiling for a move, This isn't coiling for a move. This is just sitting doing nothing. There's very little volume. There's very little movement. The market has no reason to move anywhere and do anything. There. All right. So now, sold them. Now you sound bitch. Give me a chance to make a little bit of dough on them. All right. So now I'm short 2, short 5. The O1s that I'm short now is financing my shorts here. Capiche? The micro short financing my mini short. All right, 92, 91. Oh my God. So I can take a little bit of expense here and let it work. NASDAQ hit those 830s so that the S&P will head to the pay line. Somebody sell the NASDAQ at 830. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, now 88 AF. I want to pay for my trade, so I'm going to buy 5 micros in here.
There you go. Here's the big sell-off. Come on. I
A
jinxed
big
you.
sell-off is 100 points. Oh my God! See,
Sorry about that.
not 4.
It's gonna go.
Geez, I thought the 830s and the 830s in the Nasdaq would press the S&P lower, but it's not.
George is right. I did jinx it.
Oh, I got a good silver trade on. My CQG. All right. Fuck. All right. So in my main account, I took profit on my silver at 80 at that level at 89.34. So that $3.20 swing has been completed. That's a fucking phenomenal. That's a great trade. Shit, man, who cares about the 2 lot right now? So that's a great trade. Okay. Is anybody paying any attention to that?
Yep.
The silver trade that I outlined earlier from.
Silver's back at 89.06.
Mm-hmm. That is just a great. That was a great spotty trade here. Can I copy? I can't copy and paste something. Like I cannot paste a picture in here, can I?
No. In the chat, you mean?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
All right. So I bought the 97s back. So now I'm long 2, short 5. Market tried to break, it couldn't. So maybe it's going to try to rally again. Now, look at guys, please understand, according to my process, if I was short those 92 Fs, I would have scratched them. I was trying to get a point across, so I didn't.
And Pax, you don't have anything working in the micros, right?
I'm working 12s on the upside.
Okay.
Oh no, I cancel those. But no, so I'm long 2, short 5. So I've already sold 5 at 01. I don't need to do it again. So I'm long 2 minis again, short 5 micros. But I'm long. Earlier I was long 2.5. I mean 1.5. Now I'm long a deuce. So I got a full unit on, right? All right, out. Fuck it. This market sucks. No reason to spend money. So 89.34. If silver gets above 89.34, it's got another $3.20 in it. There we go. Okay, so listen, if you guys are trading silver micros, you bought 89.34s. Yeah, at least with my process, I didn't. All right, so that takes above 89.34. That takes you to 92.54. All right, if you bought 89.34s, take partial profit on it at 89.84. So if you bought 89.34s, you already have a scratch stop in. If you're doing the mini micro spread in the micro in there, you're long 80 in the silver, you're long 89.34s with a scratch stop in, and then you go ahead and you sell 5 micros up at 89.84 to take profit and pay for your trade. If you're trading the equities, there's absolutely no reason to be involved in the market whatsoever.
So Pax, talk about gold. What are the swing levels?
89. So 89.34. Hold on. Jeez Louise. 89.34. Above here, the next swing level is 92.54. So 89.34, you're long, you're taking profit at 89.84, and then you're going to take the money at 92.54. We get above 92.54, you are going to buy more and take those to 95.74. 50-cent ladder rungs, $3.20 swings. All right, let's try this on for size. See if I can chop myself up more.
All right, PAX is still short 5 micros. No position in the minis.
Yeah, I really want to be able to exhibit this spread, and how to utilize it. You can utilize it in silver. That's the one that's moving right now, or gold even, but not here. Oh, I got him. Okay. Not here because this isn't doing anything. It is 20 minutes into the day and we're still hovering in the opening range. Oh shit, look at that. Another shit trade in this here. Oh, okay. All right, let me see what questions we have here because we're running out of time.
Yeah. Don't forget you have that position on too.
Oh yeah.
And you have a order dangling up there somewhere.
Okay. All right, questions. Sorry the market didn't move.
It's not your fault.
It's not. Try it again. One more Fargan time. You Fargan Icehole. What movie's that from? You Fargan Icehole.
You got me stumped on that one.
Johnny Dangerously. It's a great movie. It's a funny movie from the 80s, I think. Waiting for PAX. Do you ever try waiting for a bar to close outside the opening range? I don't know what that means, a bar. I don't ever make trading decisions based off of bars. I haven't made a trading decision based off of a chart my entire life.
So a question, sorry if you answered this already, but can you trade this way without using the dome?
I don't know.
I would say it would be hard.
Yeah.
The chart trader is great, but the dome is super nimble. Single click, order entry, click and drag, cancel, replace, super speedy.
NASDAQ's a much better trade today. Well, no, it's not. I mean, the NASDAQ hasn't done shit either. The NASDAQ underneath 840 needs to trade to 775, and it can't get there. The S&P can't take out the S&P can't get to the pay line, which is only 4 points away from the top of the opening range. So those of you in my group should not be trading the OR anymore. Wait for the first rotation.
And so, Pax, what's leading today? Is it the NASI or the ES?
Well, I mean, the NASDAQ is below the opening range. The S&P is now too. But neither one of them are making their rotation. So neither one of them are doing anything. Neither one of them are worth any amount of money right now. If the NASDAQ gets below 77.5, then sell those. If the NASDAQ, did I say NASDAQ? Let me say that again. If the S&P gets below 69.77.5, sell those, because then the algorithms have clarity as to what direction they're going. They're going lower. The NASDAQ, if it gets below 25,775, sell those. But outside of this, outside of the opening range, as I said earlier, it's not worth it. I want to sell them and buy them when the market has clarity. Okay, when the market knows in what direction it's trying to head. It has none. So, being short a couple of micros from 01, it's not going to make me rich, but it's better than the sharp stick in the eye. It puts money into my pocket. It finances a couple of the trades that I took earlier, and also another thing too is a 2x4. Don't ever take more than 2 expenses around the opening range without cutting your size. You should never take more than 4 expenses around the opening range. So if I'm trading, my normal size is like 16 minis. So if I'm short, if I'm selling 60, if I'm trading now, now we're at the pay line. Okay, now I'll try to sell those. So if I'm short 16 minis from the opening range, and I take 2 expenses, I cut to 8. See, we make it to the pay line and then we fail.
Dude, go ahead.
If I sell, so or if I'm trading like today, I'm trading 2 lots. If I'm trading a 2 lot and I take 2 expenses around the opening range, I cut my size to a 1 lot. I take 2 more expenses. I stop trading the opening range and I wait for the rotation. Like here, if you're trading the NASDAQ, the rotation is down to 775. So if I sell 840.75s twice and they go 3 bid and I get out for a scratch, I get out for an expense.
There you go.
Yeah. If that's the case.
Now you're short 2.5 minis.
Yes. Because I paid for my trade and scratched them out. I'm just going to cancel that. All right. So now I'm short 88 halves. I got it. My main position that I got to manage is these 88 half short offers. So I want to remove my risk on the 88 halves. That means we get down to 70 to 75. I want to take profit on them. So I'm going to buy. Wait a second. What was that fucking rotation? 77. So I'm going to use 77s.
Dude, I think the gods are with you on this trade.
Well, it looks
we're
like
getting close to we're getting close to the Globex close right now.
The NASDAQ looks like it. The S&P drifting.
Don't forget it's options expiration too today, so that's going to have some impact on the pricing, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I meant to mention that's one of the things I wanted to talk about this morning, and I got lost in the world of Fibonacci. I love listening to Tammy, and I love Fibs too. But options expiration, very important. So usually it's another reason why it wasn't worth my money in the morning. Options expiration in the morning normally makes the opening range almost well, you don't ever fade the opening range. So it's always significant in that you don't ever fade it. At least I don't. But I don't always have to trade it. It's cheaper for me to sell them when the market has clarity as to what direction it's trying to go. Options expiration, the market is oftentimes going to have that movement a little bit later off the open. Okay. So I don't always want to spend money around the open on an options expiration because I'm expecting some pretty good price movement later on. And that's when I'm looking to, maybe sell 77s. All right. Here's another thing. Okay. Is adding to my positions. So let me make sure what that rotation is. Oh shit. I want to make 79s.
The high vol level is 69.75. That's where gamma might change. That's a big level today.
Okay. So I'm short 2. So I need to pay for this. I need to pay for those shorts and I need to take profit at the rotation. So the rotation is 77.5. In our group, we're going to use 77.79. So I'm going to buy 5 to pay for my trade. I'm going to buy 5 to take profit on it. So I'm going to buy 10 micros. That's going to make me short 2, long 5. Okay.
Yep.
We go offered 79s, at least if I'm trading normally. I'm going to sell 79s and then I'm going to sell 77s. I want to increase my size without increasing my risk. Okay, so we go 79 offer, I'm selling them. We go 77 offer, I'm selling those. If the market stays offered, now when we take out that first rotation at 77, 79, you will see this price action become a lot smoother, lower. It's like the order flow guys, right? Now there's order flow coming into the market to press it lower, and these 50-nano rotations where the algos are taking profit too. And when we get through it, those algos are increasing the selling below it. Mm-hmm. So you'll see it. I'm not going to do it here because I'm exhibiting the spread, not my normal trading.
And by the way, you're still short 2.5.
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
now on the mini side, would you put a scratch stop in now or no?
No.
Okay.
All right. Here. How do I do this? Oh, I got to hit this fucking thing. Okay. Now, okay. So I bought 5 micros to pay for my shorts at 88.5. So now I have no risk. I'm short 2, naked short 2, right? But the I don't know if this is making any sense or if it's too far beyond, too complicated. But the O1s that I use to pay on my longs finance my shorts.
Yeah.
So I bought those back in to remove my risk on my 2 lot. Now I've got 5 bid at 79, and that's where I'm going to take profit on them. Now, if those of you who are trading in my group, we go 79 offer, sell more. We go 77 offer, really sell more.
We're almost there. And by the way, Pax, we got the youngins joining us.
Oh, good.
Got XYZ in the house. Chris trading boxes.
Good morning.
Hello, Lance.
Morning, guys.
79. Come on, you got it.
Got Sungul, dude.
Come on, man.
All right, now.
There you go. Good job.
All right. I just added to my positions.
Some really angry tape, huh?
I know. I hate to break away from this. I love this. This is
Yeah.
this is Pax in action. But so my takeaway, Pax, the biggest takeaway I have is when you sold those 5 micros at the pretty much the high, and you kept those things rode down, those were giving you bank to keep you going on the other side.
Yeah.
Love
That's
that.
the whole idea. So now I'm short 4, long 5.
And so just to kind of summarize, Pax, you're going to you could keep repeating this if we get well, even if we don't get a trend, you could keep repeating this over and over and over again.
Yeah, that's absolutely consistent, repeatable, and scalable. So I just sold more minis at 79. Scratch stop in. My ads have to work immediately, or I scratch them. Now I sell 70. If we go 77 off, I'm going to sell more. Underneath 77, you'll see an increase in selling. Ah, shit, I sold them when it was 77 quarter bid. Fucking too fast. But underneath 77, as soon as they get under 77, you'll see them sell off a bit.
It's a family show except for on Fridays.
Yes, I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so now I'm short 6. I'm short 6, long 5. So now I've got 30 micros I got to trade out of. Right now, 10, 20, 30. Hold on, I got to figure this out here.
Are you short 6?
I got 60 to trade out of, but
yeah.
I got to get my stop in. Stay offered below there, you son bitch.
You're long 5, so you got 50. You got 5.5.
Yeah, I'm not so much concerned about the micros yet. All right, now the next. Okay, now I am. All right, now the next rotation in the S&P is going to be. I don't know why my things aren't loading. Okay, 77.5. The next rotation in the S&P is 15 handles low. Fuck it. Scratch those. So you see I'm short. I don't know if you can still see my screens or not.
Yep,
so I'm short 70. I don't want to chop myself up at 77 anymore. I'm short 4. 2 from the opening rate, or 2 from 88 half the pay line, and 2 from 79. I have no risk on them. I've got a scratch stop, and I'm short 4, long 5. I have no risk. Can't lose money. Come up, and the market rolls over through here. I'm going to make a bunch. All right, scratch them out. Affinably, we're not doing nothing.
All right. Well, Pax, fantastic demonstration, man. I mean, we had, got off to a slow start, but then boom, it happened. So there's some good trading, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. Listen, for those of you that I don't know, silver's a great trade, gold's a great trade. That's where the money is being made right now. The S&P is stuck in a range doing nothing. NASDAQ was a very good trade earlier in the week down to the yearly pivot, and that held. Now this is these markets are not worth my money in the indices at all. Okay, the money's being made in gold and silver. The NASDAQ stopping at 25,478 means that the markets can rally. We need to take out those lows before it gets any interesting. So that means that the NASDAQ needs to take out those levels that Tammy gave you earlier, 69.46, 69.43, and then the weekly low down to 23, and underneath there is 69.02. Underneath 69.02 in the S&P, we will trade down to 67.95 pretty quickly. Other than that, choppy, no good. Garbone.
All right, Pax, that was super awesome, man. Appreciate you doing that with us this morning. We have the West Coast here represented big
Yeah.
time. We've got LA all over the map. XYZ and Christian, how you guys doing today?
Good, good.
Yeah, good. How are you guys?
Pat wants to keep Pax
Great.
on, by the way. Oh, we allowed to do that?
Who's
What's
Pat?
that?
Who's what?
Did you say
Pat.
Pat wants to keep me on?
No, chat.
Oh,
Well, I
Chat
mean,
can't
all
get
right.
enough
So
right
that's
now.
who wouldn't want to keep Pax on? I
well,
mean,
look here.
this is
No,
this is Capital Preservation Friday. This is the best part of my week, by
hold
the way.
on though. Listen, there's a point. This is an important point. I am going to tell all of you not to trade the equities
No.
because, according to me, it's not worth my money. However, okay, I am done trading for active income. These two guys are not, and they're great traders, and they're
There you
going
go.
to find and
There you go.
locate trades to make today that I don't care about. And when 2 years ago, when I was a year and a half ago, and I was still trading for active income, I would have done what they are doing. But now I'm in capital preservation mode, right? Does that make sense? So you guys need to pay attention to what XY and what Christian are doing, because they're going to locate good, low risk, high profitability trades that I'm not looking for at this point in my life.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get XYZ's charts up here as well. Pax, that was super awesome. You got big plans this weekend, Pax?
Yes, in 2 hours, I have a permanent heart monitor implanted into my heart, so that'll
What?
be interesting. Yeah, so that'll be fun. And then and then I don't know what we're doing. I can't work out for a few days, so I'm going to take it easy. That sucks. I hate not working out. Bears are playing, so that'll be fun. Bread and circus, more bread and circus. Watch the Bears. Don't worry about what's going on in the world. But
Well,
I'll
you
watch
missed the
Bears.
most important thing for this weekend. By the way, Monday is Martin Luther King Day, I think. So there's I don't think the CME is even open, by the way. I'll double
Uh,
check that. I'll double check to see if there's that modified time schedule.
It'll be
Uh,
modified. We're going to do our Sunday night show on Monday.
yeah. Okay. That's a good point as well. And that's problematic for me. I will not even turn you on because it's Hoosier Nation, man. Hoosiers are going to win a national
Yes, that
championship.
I'm looking forward to that. I don't watch the NFL very much. I'm starting to pay attention to it again because of the Bears. I love college football. I cannot wait for Indiana. What about you guys, Jimmy? What are you and Mrs. Keggs doing?
No plans, man. Just I'm gonna be walking around the house with my IU gear for 72 hours and and that's it. I'm back on the workout schedule with you, Pax, so I'm gonna be at the gym a couple times.
Yeah, when the older we get, yeah, look, this business takes a toll on you,
Yeah.
and the older we get, the older we get, the more I take care of myself, and I take care of myself because when I was these guys' age, I didn't. I was too busy trying to make money, and so I did not work out as hard as as hard as I should, and as hard as I do, and until I was in my
Yeah.
40s, and so this business takes its toll on you. So learn how to mitigate that. Learn how to mitigate your stress.
Yeah.
I didn't learn how to do that until later, and learn how to mitigate the intensity. Always learn how to recreate. Recreation, right? Recreation is important.
Yep.
Recreate, pray, meditate, take
Words
care of your mind, body, and spirit. Don't blow that off.
words of advice from Pax. I love it. Pax, I see Chris has got a trade. Let's wish these guys the best possible luck trading this morning. We appreciate Chris. We appreciate XYZ. Appreciate Pax. Thank
Best.
you for hitting that subscribe button, everybody in the channel. Important to us. Highs tides lift all boats. More the merrier. A fantastic job you guys are doing. Thank you for participating.
Yeah,
with
go get them,
NinjaTrader Live.
guys.
All right,
Best
guys.
best of the new generation. I love you all. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Ditto
Later,
that.
Pax.
We'll see you in the
Pax.
chat. Good luck, guys.
Hey, you guys heard it here. Best of the new generation. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules.
It's just you and I now? Well, I guess so.
The 9?
All right.
Mine?
How's everybody doing?
Mine's at 780.
You're in at 780?
Oh, I thought you asked if it's the 9. my 9 EMA.
Oh, no. Morning
I
chat. Morning, everybody.
actually I've been shorting this thing from the 870s, 860s, all the way down to the 720s. Um, it gave me like an A plus environment out of the gate. So many things. I think we should go over your trade first because you're in it.
Yeah, we're into the 700 zone that I like, and I'm just watching here if it'll hold and push up. ES is stronger. I'm willing to close it here if it doesn't hold, in case we get a true trend day lower. But we've been in this mean reversion environment, and yesterday into the close, we tested the 700 area. I mean, dipped a little bit below it. Let me go over my trade plan here while I watch this to decide what to do. Let me. All right, so far we're holding. So I will. ES is so much stronger. Oh, look at that. It's not going to want to hold.
Yeah, they're actually buying the 760s, mid 50s a lot right now. They're trying to literally run through a wall on the buy
Yeah,
side.
you can see that. ES triggered a much better recovery. But we are in I think, double inside day for NQ. A sort of. Yesterday we did take out prior day high, but today's an inside day. It's OPEX day, so it can be choppy. So I do think we can see a mean reversion environment.
I would agree. Our vol is not too significant today, which means there is some missing participation in the market. And
We
you will
just need
definitely
to
need that to drive.
yeah, just NQ to push out. ES is leading. That means cyclicals are leading. Yeah,
Morning,
small caps
Shab.
have been on fire. Uh,
Well, the good news is they're still buying. The bad news is they're not getting
they're
what they
not
want.
doing much. Yeah.
Yeah. So there is a sell side that's entering the market, but they're also not getting what they want right now. This is a tough one. ES is at the 9 EMA. NQ's low is not the best low. I can't say ES is that great either.
I might close it for minus 0.5 R here if we don't hold instead of taking a full stop. Yes, had a much better recovery.
Yeah. Almost halfway through the move. NQ only made like 15%, maybe 20.
All right, close it for minus point, I don't know, maybe 0.4 R, maybe 5 R. And I'll just wait. All right, but now that that's done, let me go over my plan here for the overall structure. So this is the 4 hour here in NQ. It's been a massive range from 25,400 to 26,000. I had this sort of wedge structure that we could form here, and we're back testing this sort of bull bear zone between this overall range. So anything above 700, I see it as bullish and going higher. And we can see here clearly, guys, that whenever we get below 700, where do we go? We go to 480s, 500, and then where prior week low is. So if uh, if we are able to lose the 700 area today, then I can see us going all the way back down to 630s and then 480s, 500s. For ES, we were in this sort of wedge consolidating. We broke lower, but we do have the 69, 72, 68 area, which has been strong support. And we sort of just, well, we didn't exactly test it, but we listed from it. If we form acceptance there and we cannot bounce, we're going to see lower. So let me share the hourly here, which goes over my specific scenarios and trade plans. And I'll just go over NQ. So for NQ ahead, if we could hold that 800 area, which we didn't, we could push up to 860s, which we did. We tested it, we rejected, and now we're down to 700. So scenario 2 here is that we can hold and reverse back up, because this is, again, a major bull bear zone. You can see this megaphone structure that we have, and the 700 area is like the perfect sort of balance point, right? Like right here, every time we hold it and get above it, we push up. Every time we get below, we go down. So if today's going to be a true trend day lower, then we need to fail at the 700 area, form a little bit of acceptance here for us to be able to see a move lower towards prior day low at 560s, which I'll look to participate in that, but I need to see acceptance here at 700s. So it's if we do hold here, then it's a mean reversion day, and we shoot straight back up. Right. So that's what I'm focused on here. What about for you?
So I just played the open. We opened up. I wouldn't say it was that strong, honestly. So yesterday's volume profile, we did leave behind a pretty significant volume coming onto the charts prior to the open. I'm watching this particular spot. So let me just blow this up. I have a level here, which would be back into this range I got left behind. So I'm using this as a resistance, pretty much. If the market is going to be unable to build interest back into this range, in my eyes, there's only one way this goes, down, right? So first it's going to be this low volume spot. I have a zone here, and then next it will be this. So I took off all the shorts at the 720s right as it's getting into this node, because this was the last build before the move. So I'm expecting a bid that comes out of here, which, I mean, we got about 60 points out of that, right? It's 50. That was my plan. So the way I executed it was pretty interesting. We're opening and we cannot trade above the 870s much. Every time it gets up there, they're tapering. They're not spending too much time, right? They're not really buying it. So perfect storm for me. We opened, we tested down, we crawled up, and we left behind such awkward like volume profile structure. And I don't know if I've outlined this. I'm sure I have in some of my videos already. I don't remember if today's is, but I do have another one primed up where I do outline this. Every time NQ leaves zero prints with multiple ticks, especially if it spans across multiple points, zero prints, 000. Those areas very, 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 very prone to retracement, to reauctioning. So as the market's trying to push this, we have those at the very lows. So now the market's giving me a condition where I have those zero prints at the lows. I have really weird volume structure. It's like just a 45-degree angle. There's no taper. It's just straight, jagged. And so the plan kicks in, right? If they cannot trade above this, like I said, in my perspective, there's only one way this goes. I'm getting short. I'm scaling out. I'm getting shorts again. I got shorts in 3 times on this, and I'm just scaling out. Finally, we get to VWAP. Then I get flat. I don't want to stick around for a potential VWAP hold. I've gotten 3 instances of shorts. We're already looking pretty. VWAP finally breaks. They come up and they test it again. Low volume spot. Failed to bid through. So this zone shows that there was a lot of buying that met a lot of passive selling, a wall, so to speak. And they just failed it. And as they're failing it now, I'm taking it through the other side of VWAP. I'm getting short again. So I shorted from the top over to VWAP. I got flat. I just kind of let it shake itself out because I had no idea. Because this is still within a zone that I have that can provide a bounce and the market can continue. But it didn't. And so we're getting short again. And if, like my high time frame chart says, if we're going to go below this zone then into the 780s here, we're going straight down to the 690s. So why didn't I hold to the 690s? I wanted to play it safe and cover around this spot right here because they could definitely make things painful for me, even if it were to trade 690s after. I don't want to hold a pullback all the way to the 780s, right? It only got to the 60s, but that wouldn't have been fun for me to hold, honestly. That's why I'm a scalper. I hate holding onto pullbacks like that. And we were pretty extended from the 9 EMA, which oftentimes I will take the counter trade to get towards. So a lot of things put together made a perfect scenario for me to just spam shorts down to the 720s. Um, yeah, that's how it goes. I definitely will recap this with the DOM and everything for you guys. So and I see people asking when's the video. The video will be released in 40 minutes. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know what formats are going to be better for everybody, right? I'm just gonna watch and see how the feedback is, but we'll see how that one goes. And today's open is definitely something I will be looking to recap. I just don't know how, but there's a lot in there. A plus plus for me. I am not sure the market can convince me to get more trades, honestly, because we got mega paid on that idea. And I want to say it's very rare an idea works that perfectly for me. I don't remember the last time it had. So,
Get out of here. You say it's like every week.
but I never get the whole idea, right? I get the ideas there. I frame the trade, and then it's just like, all right, I'm out, and it's still ongoing. But it actually did what I wanted it to do painlessly. And usually I'm like eating shit along the way, you know. Is X down? I don't know. Zero prints, RTH lows. Yes, crayon lines. If you replay it, you will find that as they poked the lows and they ran up, they left a lot. A lot. Do I do video each day I trade? No. XYZ video premiere on Amazon Prime. Gold. Hmm?
Is
Sounds like
X
gold
down?
just flushed. Oh.
I don't know.
Honestly, it's only a matter of time before gold starts, like actually breaks this range and starts trading into the 60s down to the 45.20s again.
Yeah, I kind of am itching to short.
You're looking at gold?
Yeah, gold and silver. Gold has a beautiful consolidation here that if it breaks lower has enough contraction to create energy on the drop. All right, let's see what so we have an inside day in ES holding much, much, much better. I mean, just home builders are so strong. There's no pullback in home builders. Financials finally saw pullback on those earnings. Small caps, mid caps are strong. And a lot of tech software is destroyed. Mags are not doing well. Some manufacturers, semis are good. Other semis are kind of flat. Very, very mixed market from like a daily rotational. So then no, NQ is also inside day. I would say NQ is almost double inside day. To me, it just means super more an extended contraction.
Yeah, NQ, yeah, you could say double inside day. The only time it spent like outside the range was that failed attempt. Market showed no interest. So yeah, you could definitely say double inside day.
Yeah, it's just very, very close above that prior day high. That to me, it's still just larger picture just means contraction.
ES 6979s has found a huge passive bid. They just dumped negative 2500 delta getting traded against right now. Can't say I'm a fan of the ES lows. The NQ lows look better, but ES is like strange.
Okay, let's see what happens here on this test of 710s again from the underside now. Yes is very much stronger, very little pullback. It did make a new low, so there's no divergence there between both. I would have loved to see 68 in ES for a reversal idea, but it looks like it's going to be triggering here. Into yesterday's end of day drop.
You looking for longs?
I'm not in long right now yet.
Are you looking for longs or are you looking for short?
Yeah, if we can hold here. I mean, the only thing that will get me, it's very, different from you to get me into shorts is like acceptance and we hold. Like I imagine you were shorting those 860s or around there, that little consolidation, that was a form of acceptance. So like I would need to see that here in order for to put on a directional trade.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's so much, that structure takes so much more in time than the trades you're taking because you're just looking
Firing
at
at the hip.
at the guts of the market.
Really firing at the hip.
We took out prior day low in the Qs, not in Nasdaq, in Qs, QQQ.
Yeah, NQ has gone to a range that definitely can hold too. So it's in a place where I wouldn't be interested in reoffering this market because it's gone to the next, like where they need to make the next choice, which is the 680s to the 650s. If anything, it would be a move back along, but that would be off the table if they're trading like in the 620s. So just waiting to see if the market does anything to convince me to get back in. I am not sure it could, honestly.
Yeah, very weak. I mean, the Q, not the Nasdaq again. So when I think of a Qs, I think QQQ, but it's just like looking at the Nasdaq or the NQ with RTH session only. That weekly is a perfect doji. So pretty much we're flat on the week. So from here, it's like, okay, did we push back out or did we push lower to the weak edges? And if we hold now under this RTH prior day low, then we can move towards the lower side. Guys, we're in this multi-week, like I'll share this QQQ chart.
All right, chat. I'm gonna start getting to you now. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
We're in a
Apparently Twitter is
multi-week
down.
consolidation. The move from here is going to be pretty strong. This is the weekly QQQ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 weeks consolidating. It's going to be pretty massive. For NQ, that's that 24,000, 25,400, and then 26,000. So once we break out of here, you're going to have a multi-week trend where as a trend follower, I do much better because I have not been able to hold longs or shorts overnight. It's just from one day to another, you're just flipped. Like this is definitely the market for XY. You just in and out, call it a day after like an hour or two.
Yeah, love it. When it really gives good rotations, you don't have to, or I don't have to be on the right side of the market, right? I just have to be right on the timing when the order flow is saying something, and if it plays out, I'm paid. There are so many days lately too where I'm on the wrong side of the market, but I'm paid because I'm scalping out of the move that the order flow is telling me it's about to make, and that's that,
Watching Christopher Acceptance is like watching the Zen channel on YouTube TV. I know it takes a while, guys, but like I just that's my go-to setup.
Careful on
Like
golden.
acceptance is a perfect representation of what chewing through supply at resistance is.
Gold's doing the thing.
What's going up?
Shout out to Craig for letting us know.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, it's gonna start.
do they have high margin as well for same as silver? Did they move that up?
I've never pulled up a silver chart. Still have not. I don't know if I ever will, but I have no idea. Yeah, they're gonna start re-auctioning this range now, finally, after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days overlapping value in the same range. Now they're trying to make the choice again. Will they accept this range? If not, they're moving through again, and then they're gonna make the choice again. So, a good way to describe how I frame my trading process is wait until the market gets to the spots where they need to make a choice. Take your trades there. If it works, you're paid. If it doesn't, take the risk off and wait for the next spot where it needs to make another choice. These are swing highs, support resistance, this and that, whatever you have marked on your chart. Those levels are marked because you are speculating the market has to make a choice there. They're not going to chop around there. They're going to make a choice, right? Trading outside of your levels is how you get chopped up because that is where the market is going after it's already made a choice. It's nothing for you to do.
In the meantime, guys, we have 1160 of you. Let's get those likes up.
Want to find out how we're celebrating? Oh. I want to know. They never tell me anything.
Yeah, I was just
hit the
thinking
sub,
that.
guys.
We don't know.
X-Pac, can you answer my question? All right, chat, my bad. It's a pretty active market. So we're talking markets, we're looking at stuff. I'm not like eyes on chat as much as usual. Gold is doing the thing, man. It's doing the thing. It's like a pretty much like a dead body setup, right? There's nothing under here right now. So they're going to move through this range. They're going to initiate price discovery until they find a bid. And once they do, you will see volume starts to build. But until then, it's a free fall if the sellers decide they're willing to sell that range. Exit down here the other day, footprint. Oh, okay. I've been searching the entire internet for a week on how to read Super Dawn combined with time of sales, footprint. Please, can you make an explanatory video for beginners? Maybe today's video would help. I wouldn't say anything I do is for beginners, and it's because I feel like there's so much good beginner content out there already. You can go to Axia Futures on YouTube. They do a really good job. I appreciate the kind words in chat. Hello, hello. Silly question, kinda, but if you don't have a DOM time of sales executing, what would you look for when trying to time your entry after your high time from analysis? If I didn't have DOM time of sales, I would use candlesticks for price action. If I'm using a travel setup or something and I don't have a DOM, then I'm using a 15-second chart. To me, that's the closest thing that I could find that's like a DOM. So I'm on a 15-second chart and I'm just trying to guess the vibes, right? You spend enough time on the DOM when the market does things, even if you can't see order flow, you can get a pretty decent idea, right? Especially with a volume profile, because the volume is the truth in the market. They'll say with candlesticks, you can't see inside, which would be the footprint. You can't see inside, you can't see under the hood. If you have a volume profile, you know your way around it. You absolutely can. You know when it's a rejection, you know when it's a trap, you know when it's a failed this, you know when it's, look at the volume. So a 15-second chart with a volume profile, I can definitely get paid with that, with just that.
We were not able to hold, guys, at 700. We back tested it. We're moving lower. Yes, it's right in the middle between these two zones. It's coming down to 69.68, where we can see if we create a higher low against yesterday's low, Wednesday's low, but very weak. Failure to reclaim on a bounce 710, then that means we can go to a prior day low in NQ at 560s. We do have this level at 630, but I'll be watching for some acceptance here. We can hold, and if we fail to reclaim 710s, I'm looking for a short.
Can you answer my question, please? I think I just did. Let me see. Oh yeah. Yep. There it is. I did. Trump talking. Trump is talking right now?
Craig, what's going on here? What you got to tell us?
Oh, I'm like late. I'm scrolling through chat to just try to see if there were questions I need to get through. And someone said that earlier.
Yeah, Craig, what are the big things? Can we get in on those big things? We're all part of the Ninja fam.
String B, I don't know if you're still here, but appreciate that, man. He said we are his two favorites. And the way he's proving it to us is he's getting off the stream and taking a nap.
Knox, no, I do not know any SMCI. That is such a ugly chart. I if you're long today, it's maybe for a day trade. There's nothing about swing trading for that. It's not a leader. It's not above moving averages. Like it's this push today is just a 1 day thing. In the club, we all fam.
Are you missing out on the commentary? I don't. What commentary? What are you guys doing? What are you guys up to? What?
Craig was just sharing news. And I said,
Oh,
well, tell us, what is that? What are those news? Man, it's very, very, very strong selling here. The Qs are below prior day low. NQ's not there yet. SPY below prior day low and into the weekly open. So we can get a weekly flip here. But both the weekly candle for SPY and QQQ is a perfectly flat doji. Well, NQs are down a little bit more. But it's pretty much been nothing but a balance week, back and forth, mean reversion. So as we get extended down here, hourly's getting oversold deeply into 69.68 in ES, NQ into 630s. If this is a true trend, I kind of want to short a bounce.
yeah, EMAs are really, they've just stayed sloped.
Yeah, look at that 5 minute 9. It's like a
It's looking nice.
close the markets.
This is, yeah, I could not get myself to short anymore after the price traded the 720s because anything under that could definitely be where the market holds for a bounce. So it changes a lot of things, especially right now in this 640s. This is where I wanted to get something going yesterday. So we'll see. I've got a single print going. All right, 50% IB looks like it's around 550s, 550-ish. Would not be a bad bid, I think.
We're in NQ here.
No, like the down lower, like the 560, 550s.
560s.
Prior week value
Yeah, prior
area
day low.
low.
Yeah, that's a good area there. I would look for long there. Or
Thing about like these moves, so I like to initiate more of a reversal trades when the market does things really dramatically. But right now, this whole move down is solid. They're building the volume nodes out. They're not leaving imbalances. They're working their way down. They're chewing through actual bid. So it's not something that could provide me like quick reversal scalps that I would prefer. That's for sure. This is a really
Yeah.
strong, like a legit trend down.
Yeah. Like at 700 is where I think we should have held if we were going to be mean reversion, but we're not. So I would short a bounce.
Yeah,
Let's
they're
see if
still
we
just
can.
trapping the longs every time they pop. It's not that there's not like much buying. There's quite a bit. You just can't get anywhere.
Amazon may not hold here. Look at that non-stop here. Into 68, and there's no support so far in the ES. NQ might want to come to this Pride Day low here, and I'll look for a reversal there. Since at that point we would be pretty extended, and a mean reversion move can happen from there. Wow, look at this. All these votes you guys are having here, 112 votes here. It's how long have you been trading? How long have you been trading XY? I'll fill this out for you.
Thanks.
Total
This
beginner, 1 or 2
this
years,
year, April would
April
be
of this year.
year
Where's the
five,
3 to 6 month option here?
year five in futures for me this April.
What about you guys? We have 140 votes, and there's only 1,100 of you guys, so that's only 10%. Mine has been, I feel old, longer than 5 years.
Unk.
I actually got long silver. That was my first trade ever in options. I had a $1,500 account when I started. I bought option calls and silver. I doubled that, and then I thought I was the king of the world. And then I lost 15 grand the following year.
It's like we all have the same story.
Yeah.
You have a good trading week, first week of trading, made money. It's like, all right, I'm gonna spec out my Lamborghini right now because got to get ahead of it.
And now I lost more. And then you start losing little less, a little less.
Um, XY/Chris, I trade off. Did you answer this yet? I trade off levels and waiting for confirmation/acceptance like you guys, but I feel like I'm always late to the move. I'm on the 1 minute. Do I need to go on a lower time frame? I can answer for that. I can answer that really quickly for you in a vacuum. No. And you need to understand why you feel like you're late. Are you really late? If you trade off of high time frame levels, the move should provide a lot of meat on the bone. It's a high time frame level. There's a lot of points to get through. Just because you're not nailing the entries that someone else might sooner doesn't mean you're late to the move, right? If the move is providing a lot of like a big runway, why do you have to be so early? You need to make sure that get that answer first. Are you really late, or are you kind of just like, well, everyone's in sooner, I should be in sooner? That's not the same thing. A lot of times, I'll give an example. Let's just say I had the same idea. They can't build in the 870s. I think this goes to 720s. That's 150 points of a range. What I could have also done is waited for them to tag this low volume spot, show that they're not going to trade back into this range and get short much later, 70 points later. But it's still a big runway for me, right? Depending on, what I risk. I wouldn't risk too much because the low volume structure ends like right here. So that's something that I would do too. Sometimes or most times, I'm not looking to be the first of the party. I want to see it happen first, see some confirmation like Chris would. He wants to see certain price action structure, things like that. If your idea is as good as you think, you have a big runway. If it's not providing a big runway, that might not be that good of a trade, honestly. So you should consider those things first. And afterwards, if you're a price action trader, I mean, generally it would be candlestick closes, right? If you're relying on, I think even just looking at candlestick closures on a 1 minute that's pretty dicey. Um, anything under a 5 minute to me, it's like, does it really matter? I don't know.
Yeah.
Anything under 5 minute, I use it as an aggregate of price structure. I'm not looking how the candles close. It's too small of a time frame for me. So get that in line first, and you can probably find your answer much sooner.
There's a question here by Lucas. We already had 2 higher lows. Aren't you afraid of going directional on third attempt? A directional for me, again, it comes from acceptance, because then I'm looking to capture a directional move away from this consolidation. We haven't had that. So I think maybe you mean mean reversion, because a long, at lows would be a mean reversion type of trade. And the 2 higher lows, I don't see higher lows. I see lower highs today.
2 higher lows. We're at the very lows. We're literally trading the lows. Is he talking about like maybe earlier or
You meant going short?
lower highs?
The only thing that I can think of is no, I don't see higher lows, Oh, lower highs. Okay. No, because what acceptance means is a wedge, and that means that the downtrend that you are seeing has those lower highs right here is ending. When it ends, you have a consolidation where it flattens out, and then you get a new trend. This black line is the 9MA. You get a new 9MA downtrend lower or new 9MA uptrend higher. So it sort of eliminates the prior trend, because now you're starting a new one. So the prior 2 lower highs doesn't mean much at that point. Of course, higher time frame structure matters, but as raw as possible, this answer that I can give you, it wouldn't matter.
Good morning, Nick. This is close the markets. The Cosmic Castaway. I am glad that you are finding profitability in patience, because that is what is required, definitely.
So I kind of want to go long here into prior day low, but also want to take a short on a bounce.
If it's wild, I'm using 1 minute Heikin-Ashi candles. I don't use volume like the other guys.
I'm looking to see if we can make a new low into prior day low in NQ. Take that out. The 5 minute is super extended. The hourly is oversold. 15 minute as well. So we can easily get a sort of mean reversion move back up into like the 15-minute 9MA, the 20-minute, the 5-minute 20 EMA area. This cloud I have here, I'll show the. But at the same time, I also want to short a bounce.
What's gold doing? Ooh. Yep, gold is starting to fill in some volume. Price discovery is going well, it looks like. So they're going to retest this break, the range where they broke, and they're going to make a choice for sure. If they cannot get back into the range, reinitiate price discovery down to 45.20s probably.
I would love a new low, but ES is already bouncing. Wow. It's triggering a 2-minute reversal here.
Nick. Nah, Nick, we need proof now. We want IRL streams, videos, content. 140s generational? Come on, man, dude, you know better. Generational means generational. How do I implement tape reader? Quite literally. If it's red, it's negative tape, which means it's going to be harder to get longs, easier to get shorts, and vice versa.
ES is does not want to make a new low. It might hold here at the 68 area.
Yes, has. It's about to do the 3 bar reversal thing. It's about to do it. And Q is trying to hold some higher lows.
Yeah, ES is strong. NQ is struggling. Oh man, I wanted prior day low to get hit. Doesn't look like it
Yeah,
will.
that's the 9 EMA for both ES and NQ. The 9 is at prior day low right now. We'll see when the bar closes where it's going to be at in like
We
5
are
seconds.
into the second lower low on the 5 minute. So we are coming into a trend completion on the 5 minute. I'm gonna give it time though, because it's been a very strong down day. Maybe there's a like a SMT or divergence between both. If NQ makes a new low into prior day low, ES holds, and then at that point we get a reversal for a bounce.
Fractal. Nah, we get it. We get it. I'm with you on that. I get it, man.
I should have bought that little pullback.
I think longs might be okay. Ah, I hate that they're already at the 9 though. If NQ can trade back into the IB, that would be pretty nice. The way I'm seeing it is where the IB is, IB and prior day low, a lot of passive sellers. And if the market can actually fill all that and break through it, it would show me that real buy interest has now entered the market and maybe we can get along with it. But, well, they need to get there first, right?
If we get above what?
I would say above the 670s.
Oh, it's a little bit higher, yeah.
Has to be. Huge sellers right in front of it. And if we do get above that, it means there's enough buying interest to fill all that selling. And if they can hold a pullback, I think we do have a shift in the tape. But that is a 90 EMA. That's ES is literally selling off every time it gets into the 9.
The negotiation here for NQ for sure. $69, $62 all day, all week. We're struggling to reclaim the 630s here. If we can do that, then we can get a bounce to that 670s that XY is talking about, and then maybe back test 700s. So SPY or ES rejected at the 5-minute 9 MA. I do SMA, you do EMA, right?
Hmm. I do EMA, but there is no like big brain reason behind it. So for anyone that's
It's a
wondering,
very small difference.
it's nothing. I just do it because I put it on the charts one day long ago, and that's just what it is. It's nothing more to it. Oh, so I
Think
see
Pride
Twitter's
Day low
still
will hit.
down. Throne shop. Yes, apparently Twitter is down. How long is it usually down for? I mean, there's people saying it's down all the time. Is the video ready? The video is, look, all right, guys. I have never set like a schedule before on YouTube. So I think in my head, I had it scheduled to release publicly in 7 minutes. Did I do it right? 50-50. One time I tried to schedule a tweet, it didn't even go through, and I was like, why isn't it there? And I went into like the scheduled tweet section and it didn't even exist. So I'm like, what the hell am I been doing? So yeah, don't give me too much trust when it comes to doing social media stuff. We're getting some triple doji action in Q. It's about to close.
What time frame?
5 minute. 5 minute. I hate that the 15 minute is still inside prior bar though. Sweep outside be nice. And then we're at the 9 now. It's locking me out of longs for now. But if we do trade into the IB low, we do leave a node behind, which I do like. But I think if the market were to reverse, we have a pretty decent runway, so I don't have to rush into anything, which goes to the other question that we answered. You don't have to be the first of the party.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Uh,
the
it was
triple
close to pulling
doji.
the trigger.
Yes, gave us that 3 bar perfect pattern. Just didn't take it because we're bumping up against the 9 again, and they've been selling it every time. I'm not going to sit here and just guess that it's not going to happen this time. Salty, good morning. Good morning. We trading fart coin? Special price value discount.
Man, I really wanted Pride Day low.
Maybe they pull it back here. Ugh. I don't know. Like I do feel squeamish already about trading. I'm at like a nice round number in P&L, and if I give it back, I'm gonna be sad. So I will have some hindrance. I will be definitely trading P&L.
This is the 5 minute 9 MA here, SMA. Yes, it's trying to reclaim the 5 minute one.
That's a good point, Salty. That's a good point. Purple cat. You want some money? Hey, best I can do is $2, $2 bill, man. Best I could do. All right, so 620s down to the 600. So that 20-point range can definitely provide. It actually, I won't say that. I would say it has to provide a hold. This prior node here from 620, we'll say 625s down to the 605s, they have to hold that. If it trades back, they have to hold it bid or the market's searching lower again.
Said 625
I would say 625 to like 605
on a
because
pullback.
they sold a lot in there. They sold a lot and there was a pretty firm, there's a bid firm enough to hold it, right? I think if they come back and the bid holds it again, we could cook something up. But big if. Because right now the market is showing where they were buying with both hands earlier into the 660, 670s. I don't see much buying right now.
To me,
They're
it's
not
holding.
sustaining the bid, I guess you could say.
It wants to see. So a hold here will push up to 7 to 10s and it will back test it from below. And that's really what it has to reclaim in order for us to sort of have a much bullish environment in this weekly range we're in. Yes,
I think
held
this is a good
69,
turn.
68. Just a beautiful reversal. That one is already at
I think I'm gonna long pullbacks from here.
1.2
They did
bar.
hold some more selling.
I'm waiting for a
650s.
pullback too. If we get
I can't get on Twitter to see if I should sell IB. Is Twitter still dead? Is that why Salty's in this chat? Twitter's dead.
Mm.
Well, you can't say you're welcome. I'm not in the trade. You should have told me before you did that. Do some market manipulation, some insider trading. How much risk contract do I currently trade? I don't do risk by contracts. I do how much money it's going to cost me if I eat the stop. So that's like I always say, like in the playbook, it's ticket cost. What is going to be the cost of the ticket to get alongside the opportunity? I think we are getting a pretty decent bid. I'm going to start getting in some longs.
Yeah, that
I would
was a
prefer to
solid
do it on a
reversal.
pullback, so I'm just going to hold 2 lots for now. See what it does now that they're inching up towards this new range because the selling is entering the market and they're not moving price lower anymore. So it's making me want to test the longs, but I want to make sure I get good seats to the show. Don't want to be super leveraged with bad seats. But the bid is really popping. All right, well, 2 lots. We'll see. They're in the EMAs now. 690, 63 lots at the offer, now underwater. Don't like it too much, but if I want to pull back, this is what it takes. So I'm not going to be able to see chat right now. I'm just going to be staring at the order flow, guys.
Looking
Liquidity
for a
is jumping in the
pullback too.
670s.
So we can go all the way back up to 69.93 in ES,
I'm going to
NQ
add in another one.
710.
I'm in for 3. I'll look for this upwards of 700s. Maybe get some here. Selling is entering the market for sure right now. So I want to see this hold. Depending on how far this pulls back from the selling, I might add some more on. But if they can't really pull it back too much, I'm not sure I'll put any more on like this much higher. I wanted to see them trade back into closer to the 660s to get majority of my position, but the bid is bid. We'll see what happens now. Lots of sell coming in. I have hope that they get stuffed here at some point, so I'm just waiting.
For a higher low here for an entry. If we can pull back into the 9 AMA, pretty strong reversal. This is typically where you find resistance in the 20 EMA cloud. So pull back into the 9 MA, and if it holds, then it can create a small consolidation to see higher. If not, then that'll push it back down to new lows and maybe take out prior date low at that point. Whoa. So we
If
can
it starts
hold.
crawling lower here, I might scratch this out because they're actually chewing through bid. So there's bid that's coming in, but they're not able to hold right now. So I'm gonna see how these 660s operate. See if this IB can hold. If not, I'm just gonna stop out. So I'm either adding or I'm taking this off right here.
Yeah, I would love a little bit lower for a good higher low.
I'm gonna add another.
If we hold here, I'll join you in the long.
Really dicey. They're spending a lot more time than I would like trading in the 660s right now. All right, the bid pulled. I'm gonna get out right now. So they had a bid that's been refreshing this range the whole time. They just pulled it. So I'm gonna wait. I do think longs are the play, but I'm gonna wait for a bid to come back into the market. Want to see them refresh again.
Yeah, we're attempting that higher low here. As the
All right,
9 MA on the 2 minute pushes up.
I'm back in the market. Long. I'm back in for 5 right here. Risking the same area.
Oh, yes, it's much stronger here.
So if I see the bid pull again, I'm scratching this thing. Right now the bid is still hopping up. So
I'm going to join in ES, more of like an aggressive trade here. And I'm going to put my stop right under this recent higher low. So 5 point risk. If we can hold here and we continue to see the momentum, we'll push out to 69.90s.
all right, I'm gonna add some more. I'm in for 7. I'm gonna hold on to these 7 here. This has to work now or we take it off. Sorry, chat. I don't see if you guys are speaking to me, I don't see it because I'm staring at the order flow. Don't want to see a failed push on the buy side right now. We've got a consolidation up there that's not happy, and I want to make sure they get traded back into that range, or this thing can fall through the
Yeah,
floor.
NQ is so much weaker than ES.
Oh yeah, ES is clearing the range.
Yeah, I want to see some continuation here. If not, I will get out of this. But yeah, I wanted a little bit of a deeper pullback for a higher low. So I'm using this 9 MA higher high, higher low structure, higher high, higher low to participate in the long to see if the momentum keeps going into higher prices.
My
If
fingers on
NQ can
flat.
push out of this little range it's in, that'll be good. If not,
Still really two-sided tape. They're trying to figure out their feelings. I'm finger on the flattened button. If I see a bid pull, I'm getting out. Yeah, ES is really doing
yeah,
what
cyclicals
NQ
are so
should be doing.
strong. All right, nice push in ES. NQ, if it can, NQ can follow through here, then I can get to first partials in ES.
I'm not taking any profits until around the 700s here. So I'm holding on to 7 still, guys. Bid is still refreshing. They're chewing through some actual initiative selling, which is good. Sellers are hitting the tape. They're no longer getting what they want. They're getting traded through. Momentum's going upwards.
Yeah,
Bid's
let's get
still
a new
reloading.
high here in NQ and give it ES a push. Give it to us.
I'm gonna scale 2 out. I'm down to 5. I want to get to the overnight low and Q to take some more off. I think taking anything off now would be cheating my idea.
All right, I took half off at 1.5 R. Now I'm looking for 69.90s or 3R. Let's just say 3R on my risk. So pretty much most of my trade is paid for. The momentum keeps going, which is what we wanted to see.
All right. 702s. We are down to 2. So we got 5 off already. We're looking pretty now, guys.
Guys, I think this is the second Friday. No, not the second. One Friday before that, we both executed on the same trade idea, but with our own approach. That's badass. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, all roads lead to the same path, honestly. Like, that's why I'm not really, everyone's really opinionated, especially if someone's selling something. They're so hyper opinionated on it's my approach or it's all wrong, right? To me, my trading style is
Influence.
such a hodgepodge mixture of random shit. Like, anyone who's read the playbook knows that. If it works, it works. Cool. If not, it doesn't. Just manage your risk. Go ahead and trade moon cycles.
We
Just
got to
don't tell
call
me
it
about it.
DEI confluence. It's a new confluence indicator. Okay, guys. I'm gonna take more off at 1.5 R.
My
And I'm just
risk is
gonna trail
break
the
even
rest.
now. So it looks like my last ads were in the 680s because my average is there now. I'm just gonna let the market make its choice for me. Either we push up further or they'll come back, get me. And if they offer a good pullback, I'm just gonna get more longs, but whatever.
Yeah, guys. So look, we were looking at those lows. I mean, I wanted prior day low in NQ. I really did. So I sort of waited on the reversal, but you can see that when you sort of, we both identified the momentum that was taking place through different things. I saw it through the way the structure held here in ES, and NQ saw it through the internals. Like ES here should have consolidated longer and created a wedge, but we just held the 9 MA higher low and started to move higher. Like it was already trying to break out what NQ was consolidating. So I moved over to ES for the long because to me, I see it as I'm risking the same amount, but I can make more in ES if we get a trend, right? Like I'm looking to capture trends. Obviously, it may fail now, but we identified the momentum that was taking place. We identified that the good low was put in, and with our own different approaches, we were able to capitalize in it. And it might turn up to be just a scalp, but it was a solid push here. You're out, or you have one runner?
No, I actually got flat break even on the last 2, but I think I want more longs because they're selling it pretty heavy. And the bid is still here. And if the bid's still here, they might make a higher low hold again, and we'll just get paid some more. But I just put on 1 and it just got knifed through. So I'm gonna take that off and see what happens here instead. But I think longs are still okay. We'll see. We've got more house money now on that trade, so I'm just gonna wait until like the selling starts to step off a little bit, if they do.
I mean, I would love to be long from the lows on that reversal idea.
In hindsight, yeah.
Hey, that's fantastic, Alex. Alex Cars.
All right, I'm in
Uh,
4 lots long from here. Let's see what they decide on this pullback. I'm gonna get a fifth. We'll keep the wrist tight. I'm gonna flatten it if it starts to fail again, but if it is the pullback, we'll get paid some more. We'll see. A lot of selling just hit the market, and if it's going to continue, this should be where it holds. And if it's not, there is going to be more pain downside. Also,
yeah,
for anyone that's waiting
strong.
on the YouTube video, it should be out. I don't know if it is. I said, like I said, I did the schedule thing, but the last time I tried to schedule something, it didn't work. I'm sure it's a me problem. So if anyone's looking for it, it's probably out now. I can't really confirm for you because I'm in this trade. But if you're looking for my YouTube, it's the same thing as my Twitter handle.
I do think there's a chance here for us to consolidate if we do pull back. I'm gonna move my stop up.
Who's got more
NQ's
bullets? I'm gonna scratch that out. Might be sell
yeah,
side.
NQ stuck here at the 20 EMA cloud on the 5 minute. It did sort of back to the 700 area. How high did we get? Let's see. 705. So I have a zone here at 710. You can see we're sort of pushing into it. If we can continue to hold here and form a little bit of a consolidation, then this can continue higher and
They're
then
holding a
attempt
lot of
to
sell. I really
reclaim
regret
that.
that scratch. I'm in at like worst prices right now. I thought they were gonna fall through right there, but they actually just held it again. Time is working against the sell side in my opinion. So I'm back in the longs, 5 lots. And hey, this has to lead to extension. So they finally traded through a reloaded offer. They have to keep it going now.
NQ's pushing out. That's what you want to see out of this little consolidation. The momentum keeps
Oh, ES
going.
is at VWAP.
Hmm.
So I want to see the 710s on this.
Don't mind me. I wouldn't be surprised if we consolidate here, but it's trying.
So what I like about this is as we came back into that range just now, around like the lower 680s, they didn't really put in too much sell side. I'm hoping that the interest in selling that has faded and now the market can just start moving up. So where they were selling pretty heavy earlier, they just came back to it. The interest is no longer there. Now they got to deal with the seller upside. If they keep stalling on the buy side though, seller interest will come back at those prices. So they got to get through this thing.
Not much to do here, then just wait and see if we do push out or
It's a
not.
good close. It's a good close on that 5-minute bar. There it is. All right, they better make it work now, or this is two attempts failed, and that is not going to be good. Getting back into the old range, that's where I'm going to look to cover some. I want to get back into that old range. I'll kill the deal over $5. The market knows this. It's literally at the TP. I hate them. Can they just fill one? Chad, you guys seeing this? Is this even legal?
What?
They're literally like at the TP. Just they've been hovering there for like a whole minute. They must be watching, huh, chat? There it is. That's one covered. I'm gonna get another one. See if we can run to the 720s here. If not, I'll cover a third, go down to 2. Want to see 720s, 725 to be exact. We do have liquidity up there. Oh, that's a big offer that just stepped in. I'm gonna cover that. We're break even. I mean, okay, we've made plenty. I think I'm just gonna. That's enough money for one day for me. All right, back to chat.
Guys, everything that we wanted we wanted to see took place. The momentum kept going. We never ended this higher low structure. What else do you want to,
Look for the van outside.
like beautiful push?
Should come back to Gold Club. Oh man. They started building in that range again. Gold paying both sides. Yes, it is. All right, I'm gonna try to. Did I miss anything in chat? X is back up. Yeah, hit the likes, please, guys. Like I feel like I've been trading for like 5 hours now. Salty, if you're still in here, thanks for the offer lift.
No, it's
Wish you
called
told me sooner.
DEI confluence, Andres.
All right. Let's see if I did the YouTube thing right. How do I get check this? Hey, the video's up, Hope it helps you guys.
Guys, let's get these likes up for 2 reasons. It's the way we sort of walked through the trades that we took. Just amazing deal here. The DEI confluence indicator once again paid. So get those likes up. Then also for XY's video, get those likes up because
Hit the
that's
YouTube.
a reason he publishes those videos. So You know what you should have done is you should have said, I won't release it until we get 800 likes.
That's true. I'll do that next time. I'm actually surprised that I did everything correctly. Clean open drive rejection. Yeah, I shorted that top. That was nice. How many contracts on the last? I think I had 5 or 6. The
We
first
what?
long had
Let's
7.
say we on what?
That one had 5, I want to say.
That may be it. NQ tested that 7/10 zone perfectly, and we're sort of
Yeah,
rejecting
it's a
from
really
there.
important spot.
Yes, is back testing this not overnight, but like an hour before the open, this recent consolidation. So I'm gonna move my stop to the last higher low here. And if that comes back down, then the trend will end and stop me out. And then now if we can consolidate up here and form some acceptance, then I'll see if there's another trade opportunity. But if not, that was a good morning sesh.
Action packed. The market actually gave us some decent rotations for sure. Would have been a lot more willing to long with more conviction if they got closer to the 560s, 550s here. They cut it short. Yeah, Yoda. I agree. It's like a snitch. AKA Pogiest, I'm guessing. It's both. So they're kind of like chicken or the egg, right? On the pull stack, you'll see it reloading. You see it reloading, but then you'll also see the negative delta buildup because it's reloading. So however you want to see it. Yeah. I look at the pull stack. If earlier when I took off the trade, it's because the bids just hopped off. They pulled where they were reloading. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm not sitting here. They're gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. And then instantly, as price traded lower, the sellers rejected it. They stopped initiating lower, and then the bids piled in the same spot again. So I got back in right away. So I scratched out for no reason and gave up a better entry by a few points to get a worse entry afterwards. And that's how it goes. Are you saying I need to see more confirmation on the 1 minute? Any time frame less than 5 minutes for me, I'm looking at the overall structure, like the aggregate of the candles. So a 1 minute close, bar close, I don't give a shit. It means nothing. It's too low of a time frame for me to be looking at bar by bar analysis. 5 minutes is where it starts for me. But if you look over like a couple of 1 minute bars, then you have a very clear picture of what's consolidation, what's not, right? And so you can obviously speculate, okay, well, this is a range where if you're moving downside, it consolidates. It's two-way tape. That means buyers do exist in there. If it continues lower, hey, they're getting washed, and you should take that information. But if it moves higher, it means, okay, maybe for the first time, the sell side is not outweighing buy side interest in that range, and then you can go on from there. Obviously, honestly, I don't know if you have seen it yet, but just go on my playbook. I outline these things in as much detail as I can. There's like screenshots, all that stuff of what I'm looking at. I think the video today that released is a video and voice commentary version of some parts of the playbook, like whatever was applicable on the day that I think that replay was Monday. I want to say it was Monday. Monday or Tuesday. Today's shorts had a lot going for it that doesn't occur too often. So I will look to maybe make one with that. I don't know what gets good engagement yet or provides good value. So I'm just like freestyling this whole thing, man. Making content takes some time. And when I'm doing voiceover, I feel like I got to get it in one take. I don't know, like editing it would be such a pain in the ass. Is my playbook available? Yeah, it's in that link up there that production just put up. It's free. Assume everything's on my YouTube. I put as much as I could on the YouTube. Yeah, I'm gonna start putting out more stuff. I just need to see how I should do it or what I should do or what people respond to, what people don't respond to. Took you 1.5 hours to make a 15-minute? Dude, it took yeah, my video is about 15 minutes. It took me, I don't even know, honestly. It's hard, man. Being an influencer is you just see I'm like rubbing my temples right now. Just thinking about it.
Suze, my trade is on the chart.
Oh, you're still in it. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm trailing this.
Production's trying to catch us slipping so they can clip us.
Yeah, this is the trade right
No
here that you're looking at.
comment. Banned.
All right, we're coming into that 69.93 zone that I said was my target here on continuation. Very little pullback. The momentum has been nonstop. And then let's see if we can get filled here at 3R and the rest. I'm going to move my stop even more above the last higher low.
Above VWAP now on ES, dude, you can get a new highs, maybe? Hmm?
On the day?
Hey, I'm just saying, if it's rotational, NQ has a ways to go. I would say like 60 more points is definitely feasible, which means at that point, ES is probably at a new high because ES is the upper like 70% of the range upside already, but NQ's barely in the middle. So since you're on ES, you definitely got the upper hand on it. Oh, you're you're gonna blow up this deal over $5 too?
Me?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at your TP.
Yeah, I know. I just let it play out. Yeah, but then what's one micro worth, you know? That's what I see it as. It's
Uh,
$10.
man, minimums. I have a
I
stop.
have to trail it with the higher lows here. So if we get another higher low, then I'll trail that.
I think you'll get your TP. They're building where they should not be building right now. So the market is definitely accepting these ranges for ES, it looks like.
Hey, with $5, uh,
That's like
I don't know.
80% of a Panda Express, by the way. Just want you to
Back
know
in the
that.
day, you could get. I mean, maybe you still can't get 5 tacos.
No, not out here.
No, back in the day.
Back in the day, yeah. Yeah. But yes, I do always have a stop, but you guys, the people who have been here long enough notice that, I rarely ever take the stop. I just flatten it prior. So the stop is there in case the market does something drastic and I need to get the hell out. I manually flatten pretty often. I scratch out pretty often. If I'm in the trade, I'm seeing something on order flow. Once that is gone and things have changed, I don't want to be in it anymore. That's just how I do it. So it's like Pax would say, ride or ride out. That's how it has to be for me. If I don't operate that way, things get really dicey for me. It doesn't turn out too well. Man, dude, thanks for hanging out, man.
ME, I feel like in all our trades, we discuss the criteria being met, like on a weekly basis. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like we
Yeah,
do that.
you have to do that. Otherwise, what are you doing? Right? Otherwise, that's you have no strategy. Yeah.
Of the way I see it is, of course, you need to have predetermined stops. How are you going to size up your position if you don't know how much you're risking
Yeah,
on that
man, you
idea?
in the trade, every trade is because it's a trade idea. Every idea needs to have an invalidation point where, okay, if the market does this, hey, the idea is wrong. And that's where you need to make sure that you are getting out. So to me, that's where for sure I would get out. Sometimes my stops are where it's invalidated. Sometimes I'll drag it up to just, hey, you know what? If it does this right now, just I will re-engage if it holds, but I don't want to hold on to it. I hate holding on to heat. So you guys know I'm not the best at holding on to trades, right? That's why I'm a scalper. But I hate a fucking bad trade. Honestly, if it's starting to work against me, I hate it quickly. I am like reverse hopium on my trading. If I'm sitting in heat for some time, I just start to hate it. Like this thing sucks. And why am I even holding it then? So that's my mentality on it. I'm quick to hate a trade.
Manny, fantastic. I'm glad you got the reversal from 700s. Or no, where was it? Right above prior day low? 560s. It was a 600. That was the spot. I hesitated too long waiting for prior day low.
Can I offer advice on how to practice efficiently on the DOM? I absolutely can. Replay mode, like you've got nothing else to do. A lot of replay, a lot of dissecting. Go ahead and mark out key. What would you say it like key? I don't want to say like key turns, but like key market like activity through the day on your charts. Where did the market do something drastic or important or this or that? Keep looking at those things and you'll start to find signatures, right? That hey, when this happens, this tends to happen or this tends to happen. It's no different than like being a professional athlete. They watch film. They don't get better because they play more games during the season. It's when they watch film during practice. It's when they review things, when they scout the other team. Who's prone to doing what? Jalen Brown can't go left. Just guard him on the right. Like those are the things you need to find out. And that's the replay mode and screen time. No
Yeah,
one
go
would know that
sports.
Jalen Brown has no left hand unless they've watched enough film to realize this dude has no left. Just guard him on the right.
All right, I'm moving my stop up to now the latest 2 minute higher low. All I'm doing here is trend following with my partials. Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. So I'm just trailing my stop against that. So either I get taken out when it pulls back, or I get taken out when it reaches my zone target here. My stop on the rest would be at 1.8 R.
Oh, you got a sandwich going on right now. They're just like, do we want to fill it? Do we want to fill him? Yeah, and I do want to stress too, order flow is not just the price ladder, guys. You can use it with just a footprint. Just because I'm doing it with a DOM doesn't mean it's necessary. And I tell people all the time, you don't have to master the DOM to utilize order flow. Footprints, great. Even just having a volume profile is great. That would be my number one indicator. Um, Million ways. Even just looking at Delta, million ways to do it. You don't have to go the whole way and master the DOM. Think about it this way. If people are making a ton of money with just price action and candlesticks only, you don't need to have like DOM proficiency to make a ton of money. It's all patterns. It's all patterns. And I like to see them within the DOM because it also gives me confidence to hit the trade. That is another aspect of execution. You have to have the confidence to just hit the damn trade. You can't just sit there and be like, oh, I missed it. I coulda, woulda, shoulda. Like, just hit the damn trade. If it's fulfilling all the parameters, dude, you gotta you gotta do it. Right. If you're not sure, maybe the strategy is not dialed in as you would like or something else about it. Yeah, it isn't reading the nuance. I think auction market theory is everything to me. So the basis, the structure, the foundation of all of my trading is auction market theory. And everything after that is how to get in with the market utilizing auction market theory. So it's candlesticks. I got squiggly lines. Uh, I got volume profile. I got order flow. I got so many things that when that order flow people might go like squiggly lines, those things are fake. Why do you have that? Or they might go candlesticks for what? The real information's under the hood. It's in the orders. Candlestick people be like volume profile for what? It's fake news. Or squiggly lines for what? It's lagging indicators. They're all lagging indicators. It's all true. It's all true. But it works for me and it makes me money. So if you have a strong opinion on it, you can kindly, very kindly and respectfully go fuck yourself. If they kick me on the show, hey, if they kick me on the show, you guys know why.
Hey, listen, this is
But
that New Year
honestly,
energy, all right, guys?
yeah, if you guys are making money doing what you do, don't let me tell you what the fuck to do, right? You're doing fine. Everyone's so opinionated. And I have found that the ones who are very strongly opinionated, I promise you, they're selling something. They got something to sell.
Can I say the F word too? I'll say it.
No, no, no.
Fabuloso.
We'll go over the margin if both of us start using it. I think we're only allowed a certain margin on it.
Well, they can't do that to the DEI hires, so
Oh, that's true.
we're protected.
We're Yeah, Chris got it. Chris is the lawyer here. Yeah, like if you make money doing what you do, that's all there is to it. Don't read into someone else.
I don't really
I think
swear, yeah, Jesus.
a lot of it is like, shouldn't being profitable be enough? I will never understand when people are really profitable, like truly, we'll assume truly profitable, and they're just arguing with people all the time on what's bad strategy and what's good strategy and trying to convince people like you need to do what I do. Trust me. It's all right, man. It's all right.
Flautas Friday. Absolutely.
Yeah, if PAX is on, it's a free for all, man. It's just that's Fridays, guys.
All right, do I get filled here at 3R? All right. I got
Did you
filled at
finally get
3R.
it?
I got
They
it.
they spent like 20 minutes to give you those ticks.
Hey, listen, that's probably more than what I would have made at a job.
Hey, always watching DINT live, baby.
Look, DEI confluence indicator will be coming
Can't
out
be
soon.
stopped. We are DEI on trading strategies, but if you do moon cycles, don't tell me about it. Yeah, stream side, that's the clap, 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 golf clap for the fill. Oh yeah, David, I should probably do that.
I don't use the DOM. Do you use the DOM? Yeah, right, XY?
Do I use a Dom? I do. Yeah.
I got a XY has to help me. I mean, he said he would. I just haven't taken him up on it.
You order full curious? Yeah, honestly, I think because I use the DOM, that's probably a huge reason I don't trade for long and I can't stay on the charts for long because then your eyes just start to it's like it's too much, you know?
Spider, he did. He oh, almost said it. He creates a lot of things, apparently.
It was when he was experimenting in college, like you said, or something like that.
Yeah, figured himself out.
Tide cycles, that's okay. Moon
Hey,
cycles, don't tell me about it. Tide cycles, that's all right.
that's fantastic, Paulo. We are happy to have you here. Happy to be here. Since I discovered Ninja Channel, I have learned a lot from you all. Everybody's professional and not like the other places that sell hype. These are good traders that know what they're doing.
Those are some crazy testimonials.
Well, I'm glad you guys are here.
Those are some crazy testimonials. Well, we appreciate the words. We also appreciate likes.
Hey, Larry, great trade. You have a good week or weekend, all right?
All right, so Larry's rich.
All right. Time to focus on swings again, huh, guys? I really want this
Hey, I don't
NBIS.
hear those noises from your trading view anymore.
Yeah, I production told me it was too loud.
Actually, I think I only heard it like once.
No, it used to ring all the time.
Really? Do I look at level 2 data? Absolutely. Yes.
I get level 5 data. So
Oh, I didn't want to say that. I got in trouble from the white van people last time I told them I had level 16 data. All it is, the only thing on level 16 is you can see where Nick's stop is. Pablo, what time is it over there?
see if we can ES can finally rest here around this 69.93 zone. Maybe create some a wedge structure now and just chop around. I think there's a good probability of that.
XY, what is my advantage of using OFL versus TradingView? I don't even know what your strategy is, so I can't even answer that.
Is
I
it
have no
order
idea.
flow versus trading view?
Using OFL, I guess order flow. Yeah,
Those
I
are two
don't,
different trading views, a
I,
charting platform, and order flow is a specific tool within another chat
it's just data.
platform.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
it's just
different
data.
data. But I would say this, I personally have witnessed many a time where order flow has led to negative performance for traders because it's a lot of noise. It's a lot of noise. Um, it's just the reality of it. A lot of times,
What
I think,
is, are you saying order flow?
yeah, it just provides noise everywhere. So you have to learn how to filter out the noise. It would be like learning a whole new language. It's gonna take time, you know.
Yeah, I think if
Oh,
you know your locations well and then you apply it to those locations, it will help. But if you don't know exactly
yeah.
where you're looking at, like from a higher time frame structure, then how do
That's where
you?
people get tripped up because they're always like, out the gate, they're like, yeah, I'm only gonna apply it to key levels. And then they start to see it happen everywhere and they get baited into things.
Yeah,
They get tempted to do stuff. Like that really is the issue.
hopefully ES can pull back here now, and I'd be good. I'd feel happy about my exit. I do think we start consolidating here. This aggressive 90 MA uptrend from the lows has to end here. Like it's just been too many series of higher highs, higher lows, where this needs to contract now to then create a new 2-minute 90 MA structure, a
Well, and keep
two
have
minute 90 MA
approached
trend.
the greatest squiggly line of all time. So a pullback is almost guaranteed. It just depends. Do they hold it higher still or start working lower and maybe consolidate for the rest of the day, which would suck. The range isn't like massive. 300 points. Actually, that's pretty decent. PBH, I have no idea because I don't know how you trade or what would help you. I will never sit here and say that order flow is like the what's the word? The most supreme way to trade because it causes a lot of noise, FOMO. Like I think there is no best strategy or way to trade. It's whatever fits you, and I don't know much about you as a trader or at all. So it really is hard to say. I think what I did to get to where I am is I just tried everything, literally tried a lot of things. That's why I use random stuff. Some stuff worked. Some stuff was like, this doesn't work for me.
Maybe.
What's my turning point from losing trader to profitable trader? Dialing the F in on risk management. And I cannot stress it enough. The biggest edge is in risk management. It won't even matter what the hell strategy you use if you dial in risk management. All right, see you, man. Thanks for hanging out. Mac Melax smells. Do I like anchored VWAP? Anchored VWAP's great. Why don't I use it? It just happens to coincide with the 90 EMA a lot. So um I used RTH VWAP as well, which obviously is really good. But why did I take it off after a week? Because it just followed the 90 EMA that I use on a 5 minute anyway. So I'm like, well, it's the same thing mostly. So I don't need to have another squiggly line on the chart.
Wait, is Ninja? Oh, it's time.
Hey
Hey,
guys,
Jim.
Morning, Jim, or hello.
great job today, guys.
Thanks.
I mean, not that
Thank you.
you don't always do a great job, but it was some good stuff today.
It's
The
Friday.
DEI confluence indicator help.
uh, XYZ, explain real briefly. There's a lot of questions on the chat when you said the bid is still in. Just briefly, if you could explain what that
The bid is
means.
still in. So if you're looking at a price ladder, like I mean, Pax had it. So if you're looking at a price ladder, if the market is trying to move lower, right? If it's selling, if the ticks are moving lower, if you have level two data, you can kind of see the orders on the buy side. They're just continuing to reload the same range, the same range. As long as they're doing that, I'm not getting out of the trade. I'm in because of the buy side. And if they're still there, what am I getting out for? Right. And as price moves up, it's getting continuation. Are they still actually reloading those higher ranges? Or is there not enough interest? If price is continuing higher and I'm seeing the buy side still reload the range, it means, okay, we accept that we can no longer buy these lower prices. They're not being advertised anymore. If we want longs, if we want to fill buy side orders, we have to fill these prices and we're willing to. As soon as that starts getting pulled, they're not reloading. To me, it's like, all right, wait. All of a sudden, they're not as interested in this range. I'm no longer interested then. So that's kind of what I mean.
Yeah,
If you guys
yeah,
just
no,
go to
I
my
hear you.
YouTube, it's there
Think of it like an
outlined.
auction, like the auctions you see on TV. Do I hear a thousand?
Literally
Do I
an
hear 1,001?
auction, yeah. It's an NQ, it's a Porsche, it's a watch, it's a house, it's all the same thing.
Yeah,
You're trying to meet in the middle.
yeah, awesome. All right, so we have some important announcements. Hang tight, you guys. We have three actually. So great news. Starting Tuesday, we are starting the afternoon stream earlier. We're starting it at 2 o'clock instead of 2:30. The format's going to be the same. Shai does her afternoon recap. I'll do a quick edge report, and then these guys are going to be trading the close. So we're starting at 2 o'clock. We're starting a little earlier. We're starting to close that gap between the morning and the afternoon. So that's super great. That starts Tuesday. Number two, Sunday night's best damn show on the internet is on Monday night because Monday is a holiday. It's MLK. So no show Sunday night. It will be Monday night instead. And CME Globex is closed on Monday. So take the long weekend. Get ready for those Hoosiers because they're coming strong against Miami Monday night, and that's what I'm going to be doing anyway. So I will be listening also to the Monday night show. So one ear is going to be open. So in any event, thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the thumbs up. Let's do a round of applause for these two guys. They were on fire today and we appreciate them. Woo! All right, you guys, listen, you have a great weekend. I'm going to do a really quick edge report and get ready for mine. Bye, puppy. Oh my God. I love those guys. Hang on, I'm going to share my screen. If anyone has a market they want me to cover, I'm just going to do copper really quick. If anybody wants another one, just type it in the chat. We'll see if I could squeeze a little extra time out of mission control. Let me get this up. There we go. All right, Dr. Copper. This has been this is a great chart for so many different reasons, but let's kind of dissect this a little bit. You know, I have a fib low to high. I'm hitting that high point. We have a really nice retracement of the downside. At the same time, remember, we were talking about that ascending triangle, and that ascending triangle, we actually broke through today, and we're closing. This might be textbook. We'll see what happens, but we're sitting right on that. We touched that 21 EMA, and we're not to the 38.1% retracement yet, which is 5.6819. So it's, the sky's not falling. This is a nice retracement down. Remember, going into the weekend, be careful because it's a long weekend and you might not be able to get out of a position. You won't be able to get out of a position when the CME is closed. And remember, we still have kind of a wartime environment possibly cooking. You never know. So be careful with your overnight positions. Intraday for this market, it's been look at that initial balance, but look at the wicks, right? The wicks are huge on the bottom. Buyers are coming in pretty good right there, 26.87. Call resistance though is holding strong. It's pretty much right by the top of the London initial balance. It is right by the top of the U.S. initial balance. Sellers just brought us back in. We didn't get to previous sessions highs or not. So when this setup happens this way, I'm looking at the VWAP. What's the VWAP going to do? Are we going to retrace back down? It's right by that point of control. So we'll see. But right now, this is a pretty big benchmark candle here that we saw at 11 to 11:30. So I'm not going to rule out a breakout to the upside, but we need a confirmation candle before we get there. All right. So real quick, Good Dimension says ES. Let's go over to the ES really quickly. Yes. Well, okay. Let me start with the daily really quick. Literally, I have my volume profile for January set, and this was the volume profile for December. And you can see we have this point of control right here starting to get some steam at it. And that's right south of that 7,000 level. Not surprising there. December highs are a little bit higher than that. But I'm sorry, not 7,000. What is this? 69.88, 68. We'll round it up to 69.89. December highs right above that, so that's grouped together as well. The calendar year VWAP that Anthony tracks, we're above it right now. We're above that 8 EMA as well. So, well, not above it. We're right at it pretty much. No, we're above it. We're above it. So this is leaning toward the upper part of the volume distribution as opposed to the bottom part. It's a double distribution. You got a lower distribution node, a big one. It's 69. 62. Usually I'm not surprised if this fills in as the month goes on, but right now we'll see. Perfect doji right now. Total price happiness or undecisiveness. Intraday chart for me, this VWAP is key, right? We've been trading up below it and above it all day long. Point of control is key also 69.92. We're kind of right between the two right now, so I don't have an opinion on which way this is going to go right now, but I'm going to keep an eye on that point of control. Again, we start getting a close and a confirmation candle above that toward that JAX 1. That's also going to be an important level. Remember, it is OpX today, so these JAX levels are important. In any event, the other important JAX level is also that high vol level right down there. And that framed the bottom of the conversation, other than this wacky wick that we have down here right now. So value area trading till it's not. I'd be a little bit careful here today on direction. If I had to kind of have a little bit of a bias, I would say it's to the downside, closer to that high vol level at 69.75. Orange juice. Elbow, I do have an orange juice chart actually, but we're not covering that one. We'll do ZB and then we're done. Let's go to ZB. We're done. Appreciate the input from everybody. Treasury bonds, this has been a really interesting, breakout to the upside that failed. We failed at 116.19. We're back into this long-term consolidation range that we saw in December, right by this longer-term point of control, which is 115.26, 30 seconds. Now, that's kind of a new point of control. Remember, the old point of control for a long time was down here at 115.14, 30 seconds. So right now, we're back in the consolidation zone. We're below the 50 EMA. We're right at the 80 EMA. These things are going sideways right now. So not a lot of direction here. Also, we'll see what happens on the close today. My guess is we're not going to get much movement, but let's take a look at an intraday chart. Anyway, really quickly here, and there we have it. 1-day min has already been achieved. Traded through that all morning long. Right now, we're right at session VWAP. Bond dealers internationally are probably, starting their weekend already. So my guess is, short of some big news, we're not going to get a lot of movement between that 1-day min and that JAX 1 level at 1600 today. But you never know. And again, be careful going into the weekend here as well. I would, favor long positions just because of a risk-off scenario if something super bad happens, which we pray does not. All right, well, that is it. That is this afternoon's Edge Report. That is Friday's stream. We had a great day today. We had a great week today, man. We were hitting on all cylinders. We were fully staffed. Everybody was willing to go. And best of all, you guys listening, thank you for being part of the NinjaTrader Live community. Folks in the chat, thank you for your positivity in the chat. It's unbelievably awesome. I recognize that, and I appreciate that as well. Thank you for the subscriptions and for the thumbs up. Having said all that, most important message of the day, we're not streaming this afternoon, is please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you Monday night.